Welcome all to the next session. There is some technical problem from speaker side. He is unable to connect. So we'll wait for the speaker to join back. So by the time speaker joins, let's have a small session on life skills to engage you all. So hope screen is visible to everyone. So let's begin. Okay, let it be interactive session. So you can unmute yourself and speak whenever I ask any question, or you can use also chat box. So what are life skills? Can anyone quickly? You should not take more than 30 seconds or 1 minute to answer any query. It should be very brief. You can unmute yourself and answer. Maximum in 1 minute, not more than that. Anyone? Can you all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Yes, sir.
Yourself immediately. Yeah, what is life skills?
Life skills actually it's the skills to develop individually in a wholesome into a good whole human being developed in all the aspects like physical, social, mental, psychological. That's the skills which are developed to make the human being wholesome package, sir. Hello?
Yeah, to certain extent. Okay,
And
yeah.
it includes all your thinking ability, your perception, observing, listening. That also includes in life skills.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
You can mute yourself. Okay, thank you. Okay, let's see what is life skills, as Mary ma'am also said, and why life skills are very important to manage stress. Let's begin our journey for some time. So, life skills are skills for life. As quoted by UNICEF, education that helps young people develop life skills has transformative potential. Why these life skills are very important? Because these are the skills which are required for the life and for the transformation to reach the highest potential. So what kind of skills are these? Or what kind of situation life provides us? Is like the situations is sometimes I know, but I can't help it. To the individual, sometimes as a society, as a group, we know, but we can't help it. This helplessness. Why this helplessness? There may be various reasons. In this context, let's look how these life skills can overcome this helplessness. So, how these life skills are defined? As per World Health Organization, life skills are defined as the abilities for adaptive and positive behavior, which enables the individuals to deal effectively the demands and challenges of everyday life. That's why these skills are known as life skills and which are very important for the life. So it is these are the abilities. Abilities for what? For adapting and positive behaviors. What will happen when these skills help them to adapt and bring out positive behaviors that will help the individuals to deal effectively with the demands and challenges of everyday life. Every moment, every second, every moment, every hour, every day, we face lot of challenges, lot of demands in everyday life. Isn't it so? So these skills helps us to meet and overcome the demands and challenges of everyday life. Now, what does this adaptive means? Right? Adaptive means flexibility. Flexibility in approach, adjustment, adjustments in different circumstances, adjustment in different situations. So, adaptive means a person is being flexible in approach and also is able to adjust in different circumstances. And what does this positive behavior means? It implies that a person is forward looking, positive and futuristic, having ray of hope even in difficult and challenging situations. We should have a positive behavior. There should be a hope for betterment. There should be a hope for improvement. There should be a hope for prosperity. So we always hope that tomorrow will be better, or the next hour will be better, or the next minute will be better. That keeps us moving forward. That keeps us moving ahead in our life in spite of all the challenges or the difficulties we face in life. Now, how these life skills are defined by UNICEF? We have seen how it has been defined by WHO. Now, life skills has been defined by UNICEF as a behavior change or a behavior development approach designed to address a balance of three areas. What are these three areas? Knowledge, attitudes, and skills. So we need to have a balanced approach or a behavioral development approach or behavioral change approach towards balancing of these three areas. What are these three areas? First one is knowledge, attitudes, and skills. So life skills are defined in the targeting life skills model by Hendricks in 1996 as skills that help an individual to be successful in living a productive and satisfying life. So we all wish to be productive and we all wish to have a satisfied life. And how to achieve that life, how to stay positive, productive and satisfying life. With help of these life skills, we can be positive and productive. Erham in 1919 also defined life skills as the personal competence that enables a person to deal effectively with the demands and challenges confronted in everyday life. So these skills also help the competency of an individual that enables person to deal effectively with the challenges and demands which are faced in everyday life. Now, so we have learned that how these life skills are important and why we need to learn about these life skills. So let's look at the key life skills. So life skills include psychosocial competencies, interpersonal skills, which will help them to make informed decisions, solve problems, think critically and creatively, communicate effectively, build healthy relationships, empathize with others, and manage their lives in a healthy and productive manner. So let's look at psychosocial competencies and interpersonal skills. It's not just about balancing. We have looked at the definition that it's balancing of all these three areas. But it's not just limited to the balancing. According to UNICEF, life skills are a behavior change or behavior development approach designed to address these three areas, which are knowledge and attitude and skills, but even beyond that. So, what are these broad categories? I mean, if we have to divide all these life skills into categories, there are many life skills as we are seeing here on the screen. So these can be classified into three broad categories. So what are these categories? Thinking skills, social skills, emotional skills. So what are these thinking skills? Thinking skills are the skills that enhances the logical faculty of the brain using an analytical ability, thinking creatively and critically, and developing problem solving skills and improving decision making abilities. These are the skills, thinking skills are the skills that will help the individual, and also the logical faculty. It will help the analytical ability. It will help the thinking process to be more creative, more critical, and also helps in developing problem solving skills, which will help in improving decision making abilities. We will deal with individually each skill. So overall, it is helping the problem solving skills and improving decision making skills. Okay, then coming to social skills. Social skills include interpersonal skills, communication skills, leadership skills, management skills, advocacy skills, cooperation and team building skills, and others. So socialization is very important and also very important aspect. So these various skills help in socialization and in managing, establishing, maintaining relationships and teamwork, team building, because we all work in groups, we all work in teams, even when in family or in colleges or in institutions or at office. We don't work individually, right? We are dependent and we work in a team, we work in a group. So team building skills or interpersonal or intrapersonal skills are very important. So in social skills, especially interpersonal skills plays a very important role, and communication skills plays very important role. The way you communicate, how you communicate, everything makes a difference. And we need to develop leadership skills, and also we need to manage, so need to have management skills and also advocacy skills. When you are working in a group or in a team, there might be some challenges, there might be some difficulties, so you need to advocate, need to do advocacy on behalf of you oneself or yourself. And cooperation, you need to have cooperation, collaboration and coordination with the team members. Emotional skills. So emotional skills involves knowing and being with comfortably with oneself and also with others. It's not only just being with oneself, but also being others also. So these skills helps us knowing about ourselves, our emotions, positive emotions as well as negative emotions, and how well we are able to control them and reciprocate them to others, and how we manage these emotions. Thus, broadly, self-management including managing, coping with the feelings, emotions, stress, and resisting peer and family pressure. So now we have already seen there are various life skills, but let's take few very important or 10 core life skills which are listed by UNICEF, UNESCO and World Health Organization. So these are self-awareness, critical thinking, creative thinking, decision making, problem solving, effective communication, interpersonal relationship, empathy, coping with stress, coping with emotion. So these are the 10 core life skills. Now let's look at each of the life skills. self-awareness. So what is self-awareness? It includes recognition of self, understanding of what we are, our character, our strengths, our weakness, our desires, our likes, our dislikes. All these become part of our self. So we need to be aware of ourselves, our strengths and weaknesses, our likes and dislikes, our desires and wants. All this will help us to be aware of ourselves and recognize ourself so that we can accept or we can modify the self as per the requirements if required, if changes are required. So developing self-awareness can help us to recognize when we are stressed or feel under pressure. It is often a prerequisite to effective communication and also interpersonal relationship, as well as for developing empathy with others. When we know ourselves, when we understand ourselves better, we are able to manage ourselves. We are able to communicate to others. We are able to reciprocate to others. We are able to empathize with others in a better way. Now, look at the second skill. It is critical thinking. So, critical thinking is an ability to analyze the data or information or experiences in an objective manner. Critical thinking can contribute to health by helping us to recognize and assess the factors that influence attitudes and behavior, such as values, peer pressure, and the media. So why this critical thinking is an essential skill? Because it helps to analyze the data or information critically. Not only just thinking in a normal way, we need to think in depth. We need to understand different perspectives or different angles of that information and in an objective manner. Is subjectively we can analyze information in our own context or in our own perspective or in our own angle, but it may not be true or applicable when we try to generalize it, or when it might not be applicable when we try to apply to others. So we need to have an understanding of this information and experiences in a very objective manner. Otherwise, what will happen? We will try to assume that the experiences we have or the information we have is the ultimate information and that is universally applicable to everyone. So there we can go wrong. We might think that other person has also similar experience, or the other person may have similar situation, or the other person might know the information which we already know or which we know. So that will help to build up more gaps by assuming that the other person also has similar experiences or similar information. We try to behave or we try to communicate in a similar manner. That can create knowledge gaps and also communication gaps and various gaps in different contexts. So that we will not be discussing. We are just trying to engage till our next speaker joins. So let's only look at these skills briefly. So critical thinking can also contribute to health. How? By helping us to recognize and assess various factors that influence our attitudes and behavior, such as values, peer pressure, and the media. See, media, peer pressure, values, attitudes, behaviors towards lifestyle, food habits, and the day-to-day routines all affect our health. The way the food we eat, the way we eat, the lifestyle we spend, the time and amount of sleep, all these factors will influence our health. So these critical thinking skills help us to recognize these factors and also assess these factors that are influencing our attitudes and behavior towards a particular food or particular lifestyle or a particular activity or a particular employment that is being preferred or taken up by the individual. And it also influences in managing the peer pressure and the influence of media, because whatever comes or whatever our friend says or our neighbor says or our colleague says or the media portrays by through ads or promotion, if we take it as it is, then we will be influenced heavily and we can have lot of problems with those, because those are purely for the business promotion. They want their business to be promoted and the ads are made in such a way to bring them more sales. So every ad is made in such a way. Nowadays you can see, earlier it was different, but nowadays every ad is associated with a strong bonding and emotion. They are playing, using these emotions to fool the consumers to increase their markets. Now we can see every ad, you can just observe, you can just do a homework, maybe today or someday, just sit and observe ads in TV or social media, anywhere. You can see how they are using the emotions, feelings among the individuals to gain their markets, to influence their attitudes and behaviors. So these will act as a pressure for them for their dislikes or liking or attitudes towards such products or such practices or activities. These will again influence the behavior. So when we are influenced, when we have a similar attitude, similar favorable attitude and liking towards such products, such service or such place, such person, such activity, what we do? We try to engage more in that. We try to buy more. We try to invest more. We try to invest our resources, time, money, resources more into such activities or such products. That may be deterrent to health or may be promoting health. So this critical thinking also helps in various ways. Creative thinking. Now, creative thinking is a novel way of seeing or doing things that is characterized of 4 components. What are these 4? First is fluency. Fluency in terms of generating new ideas. Flexibility, that is shifting perspectives easily. Originality, conceiving of something new which never exists or which haven't existed in the very first place. and elaboration, building on other ideas. So creative thinking is these skills play a very important role in mindset. What is mindset? In very simple terms, that we know a particular way of doing things. So we always try to do in a similar way. And that is almost a routine that is fixed. So what we do generally, take an example. How do we enter our home? Always using a main door, right? So occasionally, or when the situation arises, we might be having a backyard door or a side door or any other door which can also give access to our inner space of our home. So generally we use the main door. So our basic or our default routine is to enter through the main door. Say suppose you lost the key for the main door. What you will do? If you don't have any creative thinking, you will just sit there and you only think of that door and you don't think of other ways. There may be windows or there may be other doors also. When you are more creative, what you will think? Okay, leave that door. Maybe there may be other doors which might not be locked or which might be open, or we may have also the keys for that doors as well. So when we have this alternative, this mindset, how it plays roles is the mindset. When we see the both words, mind is set in such a way. This is a very simple example. There can be more appropriate examples, but it just struck my mind. So I'm taking this example. So when you think in a when we are thinking in a routine way, what we'll see, we will try to break the door or we'll try to break the lock, or uh, we will only think of that door. That is what mind is set to. When we are creative, then we will look out for various other ways. We will also try to generate more ideas, more ways, and we also accept and try to take up that ways. Sometimes what happens, we get ideas, but we don't, in spite of having generated or having those ideas, we don't take it up because our mind is set to the routine ones and we don't want to shift to that. So we have to shift to that perspective or that way or that kind of thinking that will help us to solve the problem in a different way. And sometimes the routine way is what used with a key. Maybe in a different way. Might be there are other ways also to open door. Might be nowadays we are having these voice or face recognition, or even with remote we have these electronic keys also, which when we can use both the functionality of a key and also using mobile as a remote, in spite of there is no key or when key is lost. So these are different ways of innovations that we always come up with, and we can try out some other way. And not only just having an idea of doing something different, but also accepting them and trying out is also very important. And also, not only that, when we have different ideas generated and also ability to shift to that and also working on that, not only helps us to have alternative choices but also helps us in building various other ideas based upon the emerging ideas. So once we have more options, when we are working on that, we'll get even more ideas. So why can't we combine this, or why can't we take one idea and build up another idea? This is how the creative thinking skills helps us to have more options, helps us in shifting perspectives and in generating different ideas and taking perspectives, so that it will help us to be more creative, more innovative, and it will also help us in problem solving and decision making. Now, decision. So this is very important. In every second we keep making decisions, right? Because our time is limited, our resources are limited, whether to join today's session or not, whether to join this conference or not, whether to apply for this conference or not, whether to register or not to register, or maybe at this time we may have other priorities, but we have taken decision that we have to be part of this, we have to join this, and we have joined and we are attending. So that simple and that complex also is the decision making. So decision making helps us to deal constructively with the decisions about our lives. That helps how our life moves, which direction the life moves on. So sometimes the decision may be right, the decision may be wrong. Every decision will have its own consequences, right? And maybe we are aware of the decision, but we might not always be aware of the consequences that our decision can bring. So to deal with these constructively, we need these decision making skills. There are two types of decisions: informed decisions and non-informed decisions. Certain time we know and take decisions, certain time without knowing anything we will take decisions that can land us in troubles. So these can have consequences for health, as already earlier discussed. Selection of decision making for right choice of food, or selective food, only junk food, or only high carb food, or only high fat food. These can also influence our health, and it can also teach people how to actively make decisions about their actions. So we also involve in various actions in relation to healthy assessment of different options. And what effects these different decisions are likely to have. Every decision has a consequence or an outcome or an effect. There is a cause and effect. So we can assess the different options, and based on the outcome and the effect that option can give, we can take a relatively healthy decision or a positive decision which has minimum or no negative effects. So informed decisions are always good and helps in taking control of the situations. Now, problem solving. This is also one of the important skills. We face problems every moment, right? So problem solving skills helps us to deal constructively with problems in our day-to-day lives. So we see every moment, every second we face one or other problem. Problem in the sense, not a big problem. Problem can be a small task which needs to be addressed. Maybe now I am sitting in front of system or laptop, and now I have to, after every conversation, after every skill, I need to change the slide. And at the same time, there are some messages that pops up asking for feedback or asking for some query or asking for, I need to close that. At the same time, someone unmutes mic or mutes mic or someone enters. These are a lot of things that these are little tasks, not a very big problem. But every second, simultaneously, we have to deal with these small tasks or problems which needs to be solved or addressed. So similar way to deal constructively with problems in our lives, these problem skills are very significant and very useful. Significant problems that are significant problems that are left unresolved can cause lot of mental stress and gives rise to accompanying physical strain. There are a lot of psychosocial disorders or psychosomatic disorders. Psycho means mental, soma means body. So, due to mental stress, we develop physical symptoms, physical diseases and disorders. That's a different topic altogether. That may be some other time as some other speaker, or even I can also take them, but at a different time. So, that is very important. If we don't know how to solve it, say suppose someone is repeatedly unmuting themselves and trying to annoy, then if I don't know how to unmute that person, I will be continuously stressful. What to do about it, how to go about it. So I will, unless and until that person mutes himself or I am able to mute that person, so that stress starts building up because there is an interruption that is happening and that is disturbing everyone, and we need to immediately address it. And what will happen, not only that will increase the thought, the amount of thoughts that goes, but it will also increase the physiology of psychophysiology of our body. What we'll do, we'll get tensed, right? We'll start, our muscles will start giving tension. They get rigid and relaxed. So that will create, that will increase the metabolic rate, and that will increase the heartbeat rate. That will also increase the blood pressure. That will also increase this sweating, and also we will get headaches. A lot of things will happen because we are not able to control the situation. So these will, in a long term, these can also cause, if it is for a prolonged period, it can cause a physical strain also. So this is very important that we need to have these problem skills so that the problem is addressed or resolved in a considerable time. Otherwise, it can continuously take out our resources, time, money, resources, and not only that, they will be stressors for us, and it will continuously keep building our stress. Effective communication. This is very much essential for everyone. Often, many times we land in troubles only because of our communication, or often we get away what we want due to communication. The way we communicate or the process through which we communicate always helps us to build relationships or to break relationships. So we have to be very effective. See, communication can be done in many ways. Conveying a message is different. Communication can be done in different ways, but the purpose of the communication to be achieved in an effective manner has to be done effectively through effective communication. Effective communication means that we are able to express ourselves both verbally and non-verbally in the ways that are appropriate. Appropriate even to our cultures and situations. So this means being able to express our opinions, desires, and also including needs and fears. And it may mean being able to ask for advice or helping in a time of need. We all communicate, but there is an intent, there is a purpose for communication, right? To achieve that purpose in an effective manner, in a positive, productive, constructive manner, we need to communicate effectively. Of course, this is a very big topic altogether, communication. The tone, the way, the words we use, the tone, intention, voice, pitch, and the silence, all these matter. And not just these, there are different other aspects that influence the effectiveness of communication. So, let's move on to next skill. The speaker is still facing connectivity issues. Let's see, he is moving to some other place, might get connected. Okay. So interpersonal relationship skills. Now, why these interpersonal relation skills are very important? As we are a part of society, we live in groups. We need to communicate within our family members, in our society, within our neighborhood. And we have to relate in the positive ways with the people we interact with. Being able to, what does this mean, being positive? That is, being able to make and keep and maintain friendly relationships. This can be of great importance to our mental and social well-being. Why? Suppose we have a neighbor who is always quarreling with us, always fighting with us. Can we be happy? No, because every day we have to see their face and they have to see our face, right? So, not this is just an example. Like even in, it may not be at residence, it might be even in your school, college, office, or wherever, your workplace or education place. So when we are meetings, when we have to meet them daily or occasionally for that matter. So maintaining good relationships or maintaining friendly relations and sustaining them is very important. That will also help us in getting together, working collaboratively, cooperatively, so that both of us can gain benefit of that. Otherwise, that will strain our relationships and we can develop mental and social issues. See, when we have a friendly relationship with someone, when we see them, we feel happy, right? When we see our friends, how do we feel? When we see some persons whom we like, we feel happy, right? The same same time, when we see people who we dislike or whom we hate for different reasons, we develop a dislike. Not only towards them, but also around the environment. We get disturbed and we also become restless, and we sometimes get out of control as well. So this will not only affect the mental health but also social well-being, because we will disturb the environment and we will also might sometimes get into quarrel or fight with them, or even not verbally, non-verbally, or sometimes even psychologically within our mind that thing goes on. Maybe that fight also actually goes in mind. So this can also affect the mental and social well-being. So it may mean keeping good relations with family members, because family members are a good source, very important source of social support. It's very important. Nowadays, the family systems are breaking up. You know, earlier there was joint family system. So these family members were of social support, and we have an ecosystem of family, different family members, so that the child understands different kinds of relationships and different kinds of relations and dynamics that happens within the family. That family itself represents a larger society that a child or a person within the family can understand and experiment. But nowadays, we are in nuclear families, right? And single parent families and living together relationships, where even there is no such exploring of relationships, because we have hardly one or two persons with us, and we are also very reserved nowadays. It's not so that we are open to everything, right? We are highly subjective, and we don't take in a much lighter way, and we don't have other ways to vent out or express our feelings and emotions. There is no other person. Whether you have to keep talking to walls, or if you have a pets, you have to keep talking to, right? When now pets, right? So there is an important trend that is happening now with the pets. Let's take a few minutes or just a couple of seconds, because this is very important thing that is being observed now. Everyone, all the places are opening up. In COVID time, many pets were abandoned initially, and to overcome loneliness also, many pets were adopted. The abandoned pets were those people who cannot afford, and there were a lot of myths and a lot of rumors that were spreading. And in fact, at times it was also true to some extent that animals were also becoming hosts. They themselves are not spreading, but they are becoming hosts to spread COVID virus, because they freely roam, and I mean, they are not given daily the grooming generally in a normal families, unless and until it is treated as a very close. I mean, pets are also treated in a different ways, right? Pet is seen as an animal and on one side, and it is also seen as a family member. Like every family member takes care of everything daily. Even there are people who take care of their pets as a family member, and they do all the grooming activities and other things. They, some like a human, they don't even go outside. I mean they were also following all the guidelines, restrictions, and care, necessary care, and they and having enough spaces for them to overcome loneliness, to overcome burden, to overcome these things, these issues, because everyone was at home. Now there is a opportunity to interact. At the same time, it also gave opportunity for abuse, violence also. What happened? The same situation, only one or two persons at home, and lack of understanding between them, and more materialistic relationships now everyone is engaged into. There is no kind of that society contribution, that there is no kind of even charity within the homes also. That father or mother has to always do certain work, and they are always being engaged in one or other course. Like, if just a second. Yeah. There was lack of understanding, and we saw many statistics also in COVID time that many abuses, violences has happened. Even we could see, because they were even in different ways, because both were sitting at home, and entire outside markets were closed, and they have to do all the works by themselves, and maids were also restricted. I mean, whoever they were managing by themselves, they are fine, but who were dependent on external help, they had to do everything by themselves. Now, nowadays, it's like earlier, like, okay, I mean, at least girls could manage all the things. Nowadays, even very sorry to say, but not everyone, but most of them don't know how to cook and how to manage household things, because we are all running a rat race equally, boys and girls. There is no differentiation or discrimination. Both are running the same race. Both are fighting for these competitive exams, or I mean, they entirely forget. Even the girls have forgot what kitchen is, or how to cook, and even the boys also are in the similar. At least sometimes the recent statistics say that at least boys are learning to can manage, to not to have any bias. This thing. Oh, what is happening? So women or the girls which were multitasking, which are better able to manage homes, are being very restrictive to their work, to their duties. Then what is happening? That is creating more stress. So now the spouse has to manage these things, and when they are taking turns, and again this is creating more issues. That differences sometimes breaks out, and either the one of the spouse beats or abuses verbally, non-verbally, physically, all sorts of things took place. And being together, couples being together, and there are other intimacy issues, like even the other intimacy interactions also increase. That also brought out a different kind of issues. So all these has put up, I mean, why these issues in the very first place came up? Because lack of this interpersonal relation skill. Because we do not understand properly, we do not reciprocate properly, we do not share the responsibility. All this has put us a lot of stress on us. That's why we had seen lot of abuse cases, and in fact in COVID there were more diverse cases. I mean, at that time there was no diverse because you can't go anywhere, and literally we have seen many statistics. Even I have counseled many families and couples because I was also one of this team. So even I was counseling many couples and many families and these things that they are living in a home, but it's no longer a home. It's just a lodge for them. It's just a hotel for them. So they were just looking out for an opportunity where this lockdown ends or where this COVID ends and they can set free. They are like two birds caged in a, sorry, two birds being caged in one cage. So similar situations arise at many places. Many homes were disrupted. So such things happen when these relationships get strained, and that too nowadays both people are working, right? There is no good time of interaction, in fact, right? And both are earning, both are talking about their finances, and both have their preferences on spending, unless and until they have a common goal. Most of them nowadays are lacking that when we see families, unless and until this collaboration, coordination and cooperation, this is very important between the family. Nowadays we see, earlier, that's why there used to be lot of wealth accumulation, savings that used to happen. One person, one person is spending, the other person is saving, or a similar control was there. But now both the people are earning and both the people are spending individually, or maybe both of them together, and without proper coordination. This also brought out so many issues. Now everyone, like even they have individual properties now. Even the spouse, each spouse has their own set of properties, own set of finances to deal with, own set of assets. All these things are also creating a different kind of conflicts or different kind of situations that has to be managed. And especially when coming to the economical or finances, always there is a strain of on these interpersonal relationships skills. So this has become important, and this is one aspect. Another aspect is the pets or the children who became victims of this effect side, the impact of this strain of interrelation. They got suffered, they got abused, and even we see why I just took up this pets topic is now many pets are being abandoned on roads, or they are just left out because there is no one to take care. Earlier they were confined to work from home, so many pets were adopted. And now everyone is going back to their workplaces. Now who is going to take care of children? Of course, children are there. They have their environment. They have these daycare centers or creches or these play schools or everything. While going, they are living at them at the play schools or creches or daycare centers. Coming back, while coming back, they are picking them. So there was an arrangement earlier also, similar way this. But what about pets? Now they have been, like, pets have been 2 years or 3 years. They have been very close, like 24/7. Pets were there, children were there, and even the adults were there in the same space, moving closely together. Now this lot of issues has come, mental health issues have come. These were also great challenge for the health professionals. There was a great need to address these issues. Now, being together was a great problem initially. Lot of the people wanted privacy, more and more privacy. That's why joint families has broken up into nuclear families. And even that also, nowadays it's like the husband is also wants one bedroom and the wife also wants one bedroom and children also want And children, among the children also, each child wants one separate bedroom. A lot of this demand for this privacy is increasing. Now, what is happening? More and more conflicts because lack of understanding. More and more such conflicts are coming because there is no interaction, there is no communication, when we say there is no communication, it doesn't mean there is 0% communication. There is no adequate amount of communication that is happening. There is no expression of emotions or reciprocation of emotions, feelings that is happening. So lack of proper coordination, lack of proper cooperation and collaboration. These are being up. And as we discussed, children are left out there and parents are left out in daycare centers or old age homes because no one is there to look after. Not everyone is being able to, financially able to put one caregiver because all nuclear families. And if someone needs care, then they have to find someone or some place where they can be taken care of because both are working, and unless and until they are able to manage themselves, it is becoming difficult. So these things have to be carefully looked at. So these has also improved, strained these interpersonal relationships. So again, pets, they are being abandoned because now they no longer need pets because offices are open, schools are open, colleges are open, and they literally have no time. Now jobs notifications are coming, all markets are open. Now there is no COVID guideline. Recent instructions by the government of India, all the guidelines have been just removed. Now people are trying to, in this COVID time, many people lost in many ways, physically, psychologically, socially, because a lot of social distancing and a lot of isolation, and emotionally, also economically. Also, many people lost their family members, lost their social support, economical support, and many lost income for 2 to 3 years, where the only source of income was just their salaries or income. They lost it. Of course, there are other people who gained, but some sectors have they lost their lives just because they were unable to feed themselves. Imagine what kind of days they have gone through. So all these things are very important. All these skills we are discussing because COVID has shown that these skills are very important. Once again, they have reiterated that without these skills, what is happening? Why actually there was no need of bringing these life skills into the curriculum, because these were lost in the family systems which we were traditionally having. Because of this Western influence, what is happening is, why we have to say Western or Eastern or Northern or Southern? Because the fact that we are blindly adapting the systems without understanding today what our the diversity that always has protected us, but we are moving from diversity. We are trying to reduce our diversity. See, we had rich diversity. Today we appreciate our diversity. But what we are moving towards, unity, not diversity, right? We are destroying our own diversity, and at the same time we want to be unique. How that is possible? That is where the conflict comes, and that is where the issues are coming up. Now we want individual, we want our own type of flavor of food or flavor color preference, and we are just coming to a common thing. Everyone see now, just see the trend. Everyone wants to uh, have one particular type of dress or particular type of this. We are moving towards unity, and even in unity, we have a lot of diversity. So all these things are straining, creating conflicts, more and more conflicts. We have seen a lot of issues where uh, recently, maybe just 2 3 days back, we have seen that a husband has gone to the washroom and he did not water it properly, and the wife committed suicide. It was just recent news. So how, that's a very small thing, right? It can be sit together and sorted it out. Otherwise, okay, it's fine. Once and there might be because human error can happen, and maybe he was thinking of something, or just out of some ignorance, or maybe he might have forgot. We don't know. There are different stories. We don't know exactly what happened because I have heard all from all angles, all stories. So I'm not in a position to judge. So these things, that small issue, like when there was earlier news where wife asked for some chocolate or chocolate, I think, yeah, some while coming to bring one chocolate, and he forgot and she committed suicide. See, these small things also we are not able to take it up, right? We can sit down and talk out, or okay, even if he forget or if she forgets to bring something, we can always go back and get them, right? That's not a big issue, right? You can sit together and sort it out. These small things we are not able to communicate properly. So when we are not able to take it positively, when we are not able to interact and communicate, when we don't have that kind of friendly environment, we don't have that kind of friendly relationships, so these are going to affect our mental and social well-being, right? That's why our relationship with family members are very important. They are very important of social support. That's why we say so. And we also need to end relationships constructively. It's not that we fight with them and end up with both rivals together who are just like, you can see the wars that happens for generations together. No, absolutely not. Okay, you don't like each other, okay, have just a friendly breakup, right? There is nothing personal in it. Okay, you are comfortable, I am all, you are fine, I am also fine. It's not that I am fine, you are not fine, or you are not fine, I am fine, something, nothing like that, or should not be like that, right? We should be able to end relationships constructively. We should break up, end up in a friendly manner, constructive manner, productive manner. It's not that we fight each other and just end up that we don't see each other's face, or so that's also fine, but end up destroying each other, never, no. That will only destroy oneself, right? Your entire life will be spoiled, and you will be just, everyone has a purpose, right? Maybe the priorities are different. So this is very important. We all need to look about working on this interpersonal relationship skills. Very important. Nowadays, when there is no lack of social support, the lack of family members, and only two people are there, when children are most highly abused in the families, because not just because they are wantedly abused, because of this strain in the interpersonal relationship between the spouse, that is affecting them. And what ultimately, when parents are like that, what children will learn? When children are seeing they are put into daycare centers or play schools or crèches, and their grandparents are put into old age homes or daycare centers, then what do you expect that children are going to keep them with you tomorrow? They will also feel burden, definitely. No hesitancy to say that, because they have seen that you are doing that, we are doing that, and tomorrow they will feel burden. Once they get their economic independence, now they feel also burden. Why we need to stay with them? Why we need to address them? Just make them join some old age home, and we are happy with that. That's how the joint families are breaking up, or they wantedly move far away, or for one reason, or education, employment. There are different ways. I mean, in a very friendly manner or in a defensive manner. So these things are happening now. It is widely prevalent. That's why this cultural influence also brings out love, and there is lack of, again, social support. The children feel independent and always, I mean, there is lack of experience, right? Everyone of us have very limited experience unless and until we are exposed to diverse situations, diverse complexities. Otherwise, we are very limited. Our experiences are limited. Our information knowledge is limited. In other side, there is information explosion with this social media. You get lot of information, and we are unable to decide what is good, what is bad, what is right, what is wrong, right? Now, one side we don't have information, other side we are flooded with lots of information that will even confuse us more, even at times leads to wrong decisions, because we are over-informed. Here it is under-informed, and there it is over-informed. So we have too many choices, too many things that will confuse us, make us overthink, and we will end up something doing crazy, or something that might not, or we might be too confident. This is what happening in the medical field now. Even before we go to doctor, we just Google it, all that, and we also finalize what medication is right for us. And we go just to doctor, and I mean, not we doesn't mean exactly we, but nowadays we see that before doctor prescribes, we just try to, doctor has become more of like a reassurance with this knowledge, and they just all see symptoms, make a checklist, go, and also cross-check doctor. Nowadays patients are very clever, smart enough. They are cross-checking doctor whether he's right or wrong with the Google information, or with the information they have acquired. And they cross-checking, and also they seeing whether he's rightly saying the symptoms and rightly talking about the interventions, diagnosis, and the medication that he or she prescribes. And they are checking with that also. They already come up with a list of medication and side effects, and they also look all those things. And they at the end of the day taking so many precautions for all that, and they just end up eating daily pizzas and all this unhygienic practice. What is the use? You have taken so much precautions that you have taken in the very first place in your lifestyle, your food habits and diet, that could have ended up, that could have avoided you to come to a doctor in the very first place. See, these are the things. Why we are talking about all these things is because in earlier stills, we have seen these attitudes, right? Attitudes towards certain things. So this formation of attitudes and having appropriate attitudes is very important. Attitude towards our food style, or our living lifestyle, and all these are very important. That is going to impact our health. That's why it is very important. Now you see how children are getting abused, how pets are being abandoned and abused. Now there is no time to. Everyone is rushing towards making money because they lost lot of money and lot of this thing. And people are worried tomorrow what happens if another pandemic comes, and what happens if there is another 1 year lockdown suddenly. Now where are the funds? Where are the resources? The situation might be worse. Like now, before that, we have to be safe, financially secure. And also earlier, people were okay, fine with now even in apartment also where there is one room also fine. But now what if the same thing happens? Then where is the point of isolation? Now people are builders also now. If you see the recent ads, they have one isolation floor itself or the isolation room in the flat itself, how they are doing marketing, or they have in if that is a closed community, they have altogether a isolation block itself where people can be isolated in case something goes wrong. So people are also looking for larger spaces. I mean, and much more free space around, so that because we have seen lot of things, and even World Health Organization and other things are saying this will become a normal. Like pandemics might be coming every year or every decade. So lot of these changes, these all are human-made disasters because we are creating, and we will continue to suffer. There is no other option unless and until we change. These things are going to be worse because we know, those who know, they know that things are going to be worse only because we are never recognizing, we are never accepting that things are worse and becoming worse. That's why this climate change. Today, now, heat wave is going on. Lot of precautions has to, but now this is just March, not May. Let's all remember that. Let's all be conscious of it. This is just March. And you have seen the temperatures. And imagine what would be in May, April, May. Now the schools are half-day schools, not even half-day schools. Just imagine, will you able to go out, step out next month? These all are our faults. We have created our own disaster. We are digging up our own death pit. Unless and until we realize that, unless and until we stop being greedy, and what we are doing, the temperatures are rising, so we are using AC. Whoever is affording, they are able to use ACs. Whoever is not able to afford, they are coolers. What they are doing, they are increasing temperatures. They are reducing, of course, indoors. But what happens? They are emitting this energy. They are also in the process generating heat energy. That is also increasing more heat, more warmth. This is also a different situation. Why we need to talk? Because we are talking about sustainable development. We are in the conference of sustaining development. But these life skills are also very important to achieve sustainable development. Right? Sustainable relationships, sustainable individuals, sustainable societies. Without this, sustainable development is not possible. A harmonal, peaceful community without a harmonal, peaceful, productive community, sustainable development cannot be possible. These all are interrelated. So unless and until the change comes from us, unless and until we have these healthy, productive interpersonal relationship skills within our family and outside our family, that is within the society or within the community or within the nation or within the planet, sustainable development would not be possible. That's why we have this Millennium Development Goals. We could not achieve that to the full extent, and now we have Sustainable Development Goals set a target of 2030. But how far we will be able to achieve? Only God knows. Because we are talking about now recently the conference on climate change, what it has given. Many, due to rising levels, many of the cities are in threat. Now we see coastal areas like Mumbai, the Kerala, and these coastal areas in Andhra, Visakhapatnam, Kakinada, all the coastal areas in India. So Mumbai will not be there. Visakhapatnam, Kerala, all the coastal areas are going to be submerged. The cities like Dwaraka is now in water in Gujarat. So maybe in future, in coming few years, these all cities will be underwater because it's only because of our acts, only human acts. What we are doing, we are increasing the temperature of the planet. Because of that, glaciers are melting, and where that water will go, right? It should, all seas are interconnected, right? You know, all oceans are interconnected, right? They are balanced by their own gravitational force and other forces acting. Now, when these glaciers, these freshwater glaciers are melting, what is happening? The sea levels are increasing. That water is coming into seas, oceans, and definitely the low-lying areas. Many countries will disappear. Not only just a few cities which are just above the sea level or at the sea level. So who is responsible? We are responsible. And when we are going to accept it, how long we will continue to blame others? And does this only particular countries or few particular people are accelerating, but it is felt by each and every individual on the planet, each and every species on the planet. They are become extinct. Many of the species have become extinct, and many are in the process of becoming extinct, and many are endangered. Do you know who is responsible for that? We are responsible. Our attitude towards the climate, our behavior towards the climate, nature, all these contributed to the disasters. That's why this earlier we spoke about attitude and all these behaviors. Our culture gave preference to the nature. That's why we pray everyone, we treat everyone, we pray nature as God, because that gives us without any expectation. They sacrifice everything. They sacrifice themselves. They sacrifice land, water, and wood, whatnot. They are sacrificing for us. Now see what happened in these COVID days. Many people died because lack of oxygen. But oxygen is available in air, abundant. Just imagine, first say, just imagine, what if nature start taxing on the oxygen it gives out? Imagine, within one day, the entire population on the planet will get reduced to 1%. Nature knows how to control itself. Man versus nature, or a human versus nature, is the never won battle by humans. That humans has to understand. That's where we are going wrong. We are continuously failing that we can win a battle. We are fighting a battle which we never can win. and nature can destroy all the satellites. One storm in space can destroy entire satellites in the space. All will be turned into junk in a fraction of a second. That is the power of nature. Do we understand the power of nature? And what we are doing to the nature, abusing them. And what if nature can take revenge on us? What if it takes revenge on us? Just imagine how horrible it will be. There were many instances in the scriptures that were talked about pralayas, mahapralayas. It has happened. Nature doesn't need much time. It just needs 1 second to destroy entire planet and recreate planet without a human being. Human beings were never always there on the planet. We know, right? Many species were there without many billions of millions of years. Planet existed without human beings, and nature can make human beings exist, become extinct in no time. That realistic understanding of ourselves, our planet, we humans are lacking. We are arrogant, we have to say. I have to be harsh because what we are doing, when we are talking, when someone abuses, then there is no one to advocate the nature, right? Nature, we are the advocates for the nature. We have to feel the pain the nature takes. We have to feel the abuse that nature is being exposed to. Only then we will realize that what we are doing to nature. And definitely nature is not going to keep quiet. You know, now we are talking about a lot of things, right? Equality, equity. Then where is that? That's why our culture, that's why we always talk, we often don't understand what our culture is really. Our culture is not what these fools talks about. Definitely lot of fools are there, idiots are there, who are learned fools, learned idiots who doesn't understand our culture. They have misinterpreted, they have created a lot of fake literature, who gave lot of things that gave different own stories, they cooked up stories, and they are the culprits of the entire destruction. Today those culprits have created so much of destruction by creating ambiguity, by creating lot of misconceptions, myths in the general population that which rivers were treated as gods, living gods, were being polluted today because we lost culture in the process of these people who says that trees are not gods, rivers are not gods. They don't understand the godly concept in the very first place. These are devils for them. First, these people should be eliminated if the sustainable development has to take place. Because these are the people who are against the sustainable development. Because they don't understand these concepts. They talk a lot of concepts which they don't even practice. Today, why there was a need of sustainable development? Because they have created such development models which created destruction, which created disasters. They have failed in the very first place. They have given very wrong models to the society and they have destroyed entire planet. They have no right to talk about now sustainable development. But still we appreciate because we know that their knowledge is limited, but they don't understand that their knowledge is limited. They take it in a very arrogance level. That is what the fools do, right? When we don't have their proper holistic understanding, lack of holistic understanding. That's why it is very important to understand the culture and traditions of a particular place. You know, that rich diversity where billions and millions of years then the climate, nature has been protected, not just because of these idiots who come up, just popped up a few hundred years ago. Definitely, we can have a very strong debate. What you have done to these 250 years in this last 250 years planet. You have destroyed 2000 billion years of planet. Now you are entirely responsible. Can you do it in next 250 years? There is no answer from these idiots, these fools. Yes. Can they do it? So these are the things we can talk. We can use their same language, we can talk about evidence-based, what they call it as evidence-based. This evidence is for destruction, not for development. These evidences are not for sustainable development at all. Today, if they have given us sustainable developments in the very first place, today we haven't ever conducted these types of webinars. We never had this type of sustainable goals in the very first place, right? So what is happening? The greed, the man, we are responsible for the destruction. We are paying for that. Today COVID is only because of us, right? It's a human-made created disaster. That is also. So we are not learning from this. Okay, let's keep suffering. There is no other way, because we are not learning. So let's learn to suffer. So maybe I think we have to take sessions on how to suffer well. Maybe different kinds of taking suffering. Getting abused, enjoy being getting abused. Because the way we are moving towards is only that way. Isn't it so? We all need to think about what is the way out. We have to balance both our demands and also nature. Today we are seeing everywhere why Kerala is constantly every year is getting flooded, because of the mismanagement of natural resources, and why many cities are being flooded. Why earlier there was no flood? Now every year we are seeing floods. Mismanagement. Then who is responsible for that? We are responsible. I am not blaming anyone. We educated fools who doesn't have any wisdom. Whatever we are studying from the books are just trash. Because we never understood what the wisdom is. We just have this information. We have lots of information that has been flooded to us, that has been bombarded on us, from which we have gained no wisdom. If we have gained wisdom, then we couldn't have made these models, these kind of development models in the very first place. That means we lack wisdom. So such kind of education was imparted to us. Now where will it come? Today we are talking about interpersonal skill, which was there imbibed and which was taught in our families. So all these are deterrent to the sustainable development. Why we are talking about these things are, these all things are making sustainable development not achievable, not realistic. Now, okay, one may say I am getting too emotional or too this thing, that then how to balance this development? If you call this as a development, this disasters as development, next 100 years there will be no planet, planet will be there, because nature knows itself how to protect. Nature will definitely remove all the human beings from the planet. That is definitely going to happen. You can just make this point today, you can note it, and they say, at least if after maybe, because I will not live longer, maybe in future generation they will say, once Ravindra has spoken in a webinar or in a conference, that definitely at that time when someone reads, yeah, that prophecy has come true. So this is what happens, Veerabhadra Swami or someone, some XYZ has said something, and that has come true today, because they know, they had the holistic insights of what is happening. That's why they could forecast, see how people are mean, how people are good. I don't mean that all are like that. Due to these things has been predicted long back. Now we can predict. I mean, not everyone, but who has the holistic understanding of what is happening can predict what can happen tomorrow. Definitely there is going to be pralaya, even mahapralayas, and where nature has its own way of controlling things. And definitely nature will not leave, and we will pay. We will continue to pay. Now we have taken this planet to such a way, there is no, we cannot restore this planet. Today, the so-called research says that even blood is polluted with plastic everywhere. We know microplastics are there in our body, but even to that extent that human being cannot live with a plastic. To such extent, and imagine what could have happened to a lot of species. They also could have ended up everything plastic. Now, plastic, whose invention is that? We have invented plastic, right? And we are creating something that can eat plastic now. That is another disaster we are creating. Will that eat only plastic or what? We don't know. It can eat human beings also. It can eat, because plastic is such a thing where even the planet cannot digest, right? And if it can eat plastic, then what it cannot eat, that only God knows. I mean, because we don't have that study, who has that much funds, who has that many scientists to invest really in this and have a longitudinal study for hundreds or billions of years. Now we do a lot of lab simulation experience in the lab, and I appreciate, definitely. I am not criticizing any scientific community, because we also belong. We also belong to the same community where we knowingly, unknowingly, wantedly or unwantedly, we are also in the same boat, because we are all educated, we are all having doctoral degrees, and we are all in the same boat. One is, because that's why I always say we, right? Because I am also part of it. You are also part of it. We all are contributing to destruction. We all have to pay for that. Now, when we say have to pay for that, then what is it? Let's be optimistic. Let's be positive. Then how to avoid paying that is only at least be what is defined as sustainable. Sustainable is only going back to our true cultures and traditions, where everything is treated godly, heaven, and everyone is accountable. Even why we talk about praying for trees, or that is caring for them. That they are also sentient beings like us. They do have feelings, they do have emotions. That's why we don't harm them. We don't try to harm them. So that is not there now. When you are not treated, when they are no more sacred, when they are no more treated as godly or heavenly, what we try to abuse them, we try to destroy them. At least these are the different mechanisms which has been put into place so that they are protected always, all times, all ages, so that we are protected because of them. They act as a support systems, but slowly what is happening with the invasions, with the cross-cultural influences, and without proper understanding of these, and some with vested interest, these things are going off. And people really don't understand now what is the true culture, and there is no one that they are truly working, and they do not get support. Right? When we put something like a webinar on Indian culture and traditions, how many will join? Right? A culture hai, humko kya karne? It's no longer valid. Yes, tomorrow human beings also will no longer be valid for the planet. But our life is so small now. Tomorrow we will wake up, we'll be live or not, who knows? So we have to enjoy the maximum. That is the attitude we are having towards. Right? So these are various things that affect towards sustainable development. And that way is not only affecting the other beings but also our own family members. Today people are killing own brothers and sisters, own parents for the sake of materialistic things, for assets, properties, all this. These all are due to lack of proper interpersonal relationship skill. See, from where to where we have gone. Interpersonal relationships is not just between a human being and human being. It can be human being between and pets. It can be human beings and nature. It can be an individual between the community, within society, within nation. So all these things are very complex, though we think that very simple. Of course, everyone knows into these life skills. Now, the same life skills have to be related in such a way because these are part of curriculum. We have to teach life skills because they are made part of curriculum, school curriculum, college curriculum, university curriculum. Right? We have to teach them, and there are a lot of sessions that conduct every year also. We do organize at least once in a year session. So these are very important, but we know them. But do we really know them is the question. If we ask what are life skills, we will say life skills. That is information. But do we really know, do we really understand what exactly life skills are? And do we really practice them? Are the wisdom which we are lacking? And earlier we were talking about creativity skills, right? So creativity is the different ways of using these life skills. We have to be creative, though it is a part of life skills, but being creative, being flexible, being adaptive will always leads us in a different ways of and means of problem solving and innovative thinking that will bring out more innovations. Sometimes these innovations are destructive because we do not have a holistic understanding. We just think about why this happens is because of the ways of thinking. We know broadly we have two ways: divergent thinking, convergent thinking, or not being so complex. Let's say narrow-minded, broad-minded. When our thinking is narrow-minded, these disasters happen. Right? Our planning, our scientific innovations, all are like narrow-minded. They are not broad-minded. That's why we often end up with disasters only. Right? When we are broad-minded, because our scope is very limited to human beings only. We are least bothered about nature, what happens to nature, because human beings are more important than nature. This is the attitude. This is the attitude we carry on. That's why we are destroying nature, we are abusing nature. When we feel, yes, nature is also as important as we are, this flora, fauna is also as equal, as important we are, then definitely when we are that broad-minded, when we have that kind of attitude, then definitely our behaviors towards them would be better. Then we will have all the corrective measures, conservative, protective measures to protect them. But what we are doing, our attitude, behavior towards them is let them go. What happened? We are more important, so we are doing deforestation. We are just converting these lakes, rivers, and all those things to cultivable land or residents for dwellings, we are raising urban places, rural places all over. Now we have to pay for that. Now we did not make any provisions for it, right? There are cities where they are entirely in water, right? Can we not just give a way to waterway, I mean a river or a lake? Can we just not construct a canal where water can freely flow? And can we not construct a bridge, and can we not use the way? So this cooperation, collaboration is lacking because we don't care for them. Our attitude towards the nature is not in a right way, right? And then when our attitudes are not in a positive way, constructive way, same thing will happen. The action will be also in a similar way. So when we think of nature, what we would do generally when there is a flow, when there is a pathway for water, when there is water flow comes, we will, no matter, it may be once 3 years, 4 years, we always construct some canal and leave it open, right? Even if there is a flood also, we know that water used to pass this way since years. So water will come and go, it will meet the ocean. But what we have done, at that time we will see, no problem now. When water comes, we will see. What we will see? We will be in water, our houses will be in water, our flats, apartments will be in water. We will see, we will continue to see, right? Only thing we can do is we can see, nothing else, because we can't stop water. It's not just bucket of water or a tumble of water. Cusecs of water, right? Now, how to stop that water? And we have seen this Chennai case study where water did not flow into the ocean. Now that is the most pathetic situation, right? The water has to flow into the ocean, otherwise what will happen? See, that's the power of nature, because ocean is also part of nature. If it doesn't consume the excess of water, you can imagine, and if it rain continuously flow, it's raining continuously, imagine how many days we can survive in water. That is the power of nature, and we have to be, there is no other way. You can't win a battle with the nature. You have to respect it. You have to stop abusing it. We have to find ways where we have to be collaborative, cooperative, considerate towards such. There are many models where, of course, that needs an additional investment, but that is mandatory. If you have to survive, it's like a win-win situation, not that I win, you lose. That is what we are doing. Let's human wins and nature lose. That is a great disaster in the very first planning phase. So we will fail definitely. Because maybe in short term we will gain, but in long term we are going to lose. Once there will be constant floods, and every year or every month, maybe in future it may be every month flood will come. Every month 2 or 3 days we have to be in water, and our apartments or our constructions are not waterproof. Let's discuss on that also. When we are talking about sustainable development, sustainable cities, sustainable construction is also not there. So when 1 month any building is there in water, you can imagine what the plight of that building, right? Because these constructions are not meant for such conditions, right? So all these things are there. Sustainable development is not just one thing. We have 17 goals doesn't mean that those 17 are not like very isolated, right? Everything is related. Everything on planet Earth is related to sustainable development. So these practices, sustainable development practices, have to go in different way. I can talk years together on various issues. I can talk at any level. I can talk to even child. I can talk to even. It can go on and on. I can relate to you. If you say this is not related, I can show lot of examples. I can quote lot of examples how these are related. See, this kind of understanding we have to get, and it's not vague. Everything, if you have a proper understanding of how all these things are interrelated, then you will understand that what kind of attitude we are having towards our nature, our development policies or development projects. We know that certain things have to be compromised. Okay, but let's do in such a way that yes, we are consuming, we are doing deforestation, but at the same time try to protect whatever is available and try to find alternatives also. But that is not really happening. That is where the problem is. Right? We are very mean, we are very selfish beings on the planet. We don't care about other things. Right? We are only concerned with the human beings. We are not concerned with any. So all these things are affecting the planet. These are very important because relationship, interpersonal relationship, doesn't just mean a relationship between an individual and an individual. A greater metacognitive aspect or a philosophical aspect or a greater understanding is a relationship between human beings and animals, relationship between human beings and plants or flora and fauna, relationship between the individuals and nature. These are very important. This is how our culture and traditions have emphasized and given emphasis. This is how we are closely protecting each other. But when we think that, no, I will win, you will lose, then definitely we are not the winners. And we are not that powerful. Nature has taught us many times that when I decide to fight, then you are nowhere. We have seen many times how nature has shown its wrath on us because of the abuse we are giving to the nature. So let's stop abusing nature. Let's go hand in hand with the nature. Let's have a very good interpersonal relationship with the nature, with the flora and fauna, with the animals, with the other living beings. Okay. Okay. So let's be empathetic. Why we are all talking about why this all has come up? Because we lack empathy. We lack empathy towards our own planet, our own nature, our own flora, fauna, our own animals, our own fellow beings at last. We don't have empathy, right? Do we have? Definitely we have. We can't say we don't have empathy, right? But we have empathy, limited empathy, or biased empathy, or empathy based on conditions. This is what happened, right? We all have empathy. We can't say that. No way. We can't deny that we don't have empathy, but we have conditional empathy, right? What is this conditional empathy? There are different kinds of empathies that we have developed over a period of time. Okay, let's not get into it because that will again take 1 hour of session. I'm not getting into that. So empathy means to have a successful relationship with our loved ones and society at large. So why we are talking about all these things? To have a successful relationship with our loved one, that is with our family members, our society, our fellow beings, our planet, nature, animals, and all this. We need to understand. First thing we need to understand they also need to exist. They are also sentient beings like us. They have feelings, they have emotions, right? Here I have to mention one topic, that there is an argument in vegan, non-vegan, like why if you eat plants, then they are also sentient beings. That if you eat animals, they are also sentient beings. Lot of things are there. Of course, I don't want to get into the topic because that again takes a very big discussion. All topics can be talked for years together. I don't want to take that, but I mean sentient beings means having feelings and emotions. So plants also have, maybe, but not maybe, they also have. I'm sure about it. Maybe that evidence is there or not, I don't know. Even evidence also have. Recently, this is widely circulated that if you can create an impact by talking to a plant, I mean it can grow well, then what talking to a human being can make a change, something like that. I was just seeing something is being circulated in social media. If that was an experiment, definitely. I mean there is a lot of things that we have to learn from the nature, but we have somehow took enmity with the nature. That is where we have invited our own destruction. So let's be empathetic towards fellow beings, towards our loved ones, towards our society, towards our community, towards our nature, nation, towards our planet. We need to understand all of them and care about their needs, desires and feelings. Not only just people's needs, but also about our animals, our plants, flora, fauna, about our planet. We are only empathic to human beings. We are not empathetic to rest of all. Rest of all are the majority and we human beings are minority. You know how many billions of species are there? If we have to count, if we take a count, you know how many ants live on the planet? And what if we have to compare the population of ants and population of human beings, you know what would be the percentage? Will not come anywhere near. You know that much population that are existing in the form of flora, fauna and non-living creatures. We are just a fraction of that, right? But we continue to dominate them. They are living since millions of years, and we just existed a few thousands of years back, and we are dominating. See what kind of people we are, what kind of attitudes we are, what kind of thought process we are having, how mean we are, how bad we are, right? We are trying to dominate, we are trying to destroy them, we have disturbed them like anything, and we don't care also. We don't have empathy towards them. We never understand their needs, their feelings or their emotions, right? So we need to have, when we talk about empathy, it's not about empathy only just to our loved ones. See, when we are talking about conditional empathy, then there is empathy only towards who we like, or only to our family members we have empathy. And when we are talking with outsiders, we don't have empathy. Right? When it is with us or with our family, we talk towards them. And when it is other person, then what we'll do? We will put all the blame on him, right? When the same thing is done by our own person or our own family member or ourselves, we find 1,000 reasons to support us. But when the same thing is done, we find 10,000 reasons to blame him or her. So this is what. So this is a kind of conditional empathy we are having towards our loved ones or our society or nation or nature at large. When there is an potential of some kind of benefit, we are good to them. Otherwise, when they are no more related, no longer related, we don't have that kind of empathy. That shouldn't be like that. So, empathy is the ability to imagine what life is like for another person. We commonly say that you put your legs into their shoes, or just imagine you being in their place, right? But do we really do that? If we have really that kind of understand, that kind of holistic perspectives, then definitely in the very first place we could do all these things. No, that's why we lack awareness of ourselves. That is what we were discussing in one of the silsna. Awareness, self-awareness is lacking. We think that, and objective, when we discussed in the earlier skill, objectively we have to understand things, because this is subjective, something subjective. When you think that for you it is like that, and for the other person if it is not like that, then what you will do, you will continue to abuse or you will continue to misuse. When you feel that every person has a unique kind of experience or a unique kind of feeling that goes, or the threshold limits for each individual might be different, definitely we will try to understand them, and accordingly, as per the threshold limits, we have to show empathy towards them, right? Some are too sensitive, some may not be sensitive, some may not be sensitive at all. So all these things are very important when it comes to empathy. Empathy is not just towards an human being, it should be towards nature, it should be towards the fellow beings, animals, and everyone. And empathy is the ability to imagine what life is like for another person. Without empathy, what will happen? Our communication will amount to only one-way traffic. And worst, it will be acting and behaving according to our self-interest and are bound to run into problems. That's what is happening. We always are very selfish, self-interested. We never bother about nature. We never bothered about rivers. We never bothered about fellow species. We never bothered about animals. That's why we have run into these disasters and these problems, right? So no man is an island, no woman either. We grow up in relations with many people. Parents, brothers and sisters, cousins, uncles, aunts, classmates, friends, neighbors and whatnot. Right? That's why empathy is more important. We understand ourselves as well as others. When we understand them, we are better prepared to communicate our needs and desires with an understanding of their needs and desires. Otherwise, what we'll do? Like sometimes we or our children or our parents or grandparents, or they demand, I don't know what you are going to do, but this has to be met. Go hell with your whatever situation is. But I want this to happen. I want get this to done. I want that. No matter what you do, that is not my headache. This is what we are doing with the nature. That's why we are inviting disasters, right? So we are least bothered about what nature's needs are, what nature demands are. We just want our demands to be fulfilled. We just want our development to take place. We are least bothered about all the rest of the things. That's why we are invited a lot of disasters now. We are paying for them. So when we understand about all these things are important, we need to collaborate with them. We need to cooperate with them. And definitely they are the ones who are losing, right? Because we are growing, we are encroaching their spaces. So we are the ones who are abusing them. We are the ones who are encroaching. Why animals are coming into place, our place? We are talking about animal and man and animal conflict, because we are going into their places. We are destroying their forests. That's why monkeys and all those animals who used to be there in forest, there is no water in the forest because the waterways have been destroyed. The paths, the canals have been destroyed, obstructed. There is no water flowing. There is no water left in the forest. There is no plantation that is being taken place naturally, either artificially. So there is no food available in the forest. There is no water available in the forest. What will the animals do? Poor animals. We have so much of intelligence. We talk of intelligence, but we are very dumb fellows, right? What happened? What happened to our intelligence? What happened to us? We did not even think of them, right? Because we don't care about them, right? Our attitude towards them, we are very selfish. We just want our development. We just want our benefits. Whether they die, whether they live, we don't care, right? That's why we form all these policies which ignore them or which undermine them. That's why we invite all these conflicts, right? Now, our development is also important. Then we have to find ways. Maybe we have to go vertical, horizontal. Why go encroaching forest lands? Now move from an individual houses to maybe row houses, then go to apartments. Within the land you find ways. Don't find ways because animals don't have voice, so let's abuse them, let's kill them, let's deforest them and do whatever abuse we can. And they are voiceless. They can't do anything. No, nature is there, nature is mother for all. It is abusing by one child. Humans are also children of nature. But what these children are become traitors of nature, right? Because these human beings, these are also children of nature, are abusing, killing their own brothers and sisters, that is flora and fauna. They are abusing them. They are killing, torturing them. They are abusing them. The nature mother is suffering because one child is a good one, other child are bad ones who are just determined to destroy their own fellow beings. This is what happens when we have a holistic understanding what exactly is happening, is that we are trying to destroy our own fellow living brothers and sisters. We are giving so much of pain to our mother nature. Now, how our mother feels? Now, if you have two children and one children is destroying the other child, how you would feel as a mother? This is what nature is feeling. Now, how that sustainable development happens? Only one child wants to live. Only one child wants to take all the benefits, and other child is being deprived, abused. This is what is happening. So this has to end. Otherwise, one day we are going to end. How much pain? Now we are talking about how much women are being abused, how much as a mother she is taking so much pain. The same, I think every mother, that's why we always compare our natural resources, our planet, our earth as mother, how much abuse she is taking. No, when there is an end, it cannot speak. No, we are there. We activists are there. We are advocates there. We give voice for them. Don't think that they don't have voice. They also have voice, but we don't understand. They also communicate with us through these extreme temperatures, through these droughts, through these famines. They also know, as mother knows different ways to punish children. Nature also knows how to control the children, and also nature also know if the child has gone beyond the level of correction. Then a mother, to protect the other child or to protect the society, can kill that person who has become not less than a devil for the entire society. So all these are very important. How nature is empathic towards us, and what kind of empathy nature is showing to us, the fellow animal living beings are showing to us, and what kind of empathy we are reciprocating to the nature, to the animals. Now when we look at it this way, then we will understand what kind of beings we are. Right? This kind of understanding is required. Only then we will be able to achieve sustainable development. When we think they are also important, then we will work towards development of them also. It is not development of them, it is only development of ourselves only. As long as they are safe, we are also safe. When we think that we are only safe, we should only be safe, the problem comes. So, understand, be empathic towards nature, be empathic towards flora and fauna, be empathic towards animals, and finally also be empathic to fellow human beings. And when we have empathy, we will be more equipped to say what we want people to know. Present our thoughts, ideas, tackle delicate issues without offending other people. See, if I don't speak all these things, I just say what stupid people have done, then definitely they would also feel offended and they might also backfire at me. Yes, every possibility is there. Even I can also do. But when I am talking about these things, and when I am saying I am also part of you, when I am saying that we, then these are the issues that we need to, because we have created the problems and we have to use these life skills to solve these problems. We have to think in a creative, innovative way, so that we need to find solutions. Right? When this problem is everywhere, not just me talking. Today, all conferences are going on. Everywhere, entire world is talking about climate change. Right? There are a lot of conferences, today's seminars, webinars, whatnot is going, conferences are going on climate change, sustainable development. Why? Everyone is talking. But what? We are not empathetic. We are talking only one side. Humans, 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 humans. We are not considering the environment. We are not considering the plants, flora, fauna. Then how will that? Who is going to talk about them? Who is going to give voice to them? Who is going to express their abuse, neglect, or feelings, emotions to them? There should be someone who should give voice, as a social worker, as a health professional, as a psychologist, as a counselor. We need to have their perspective also. When we talk about empathy, it's not being in our shoes. It's also being with them in their place. If I was nature, then what I was going through, and who is the one who is subjected to abuse, and who is the one who is putting the nature into abuse, nature to abuse. All these things, when we are really empathetic, then definitely we couldn't have abused the nature. But what we have done, are we really empathetic now? You all have to say. I will say we are not empathetic, because we have created so many problems. And at the same time, we will not be able to elicit support from others. Right? And when their understanding, when we lack empathy, we will not be able to elicit support from others. Like nature will not support us. It will backfire, because we are not taking their demands, desires, wants into consideration. So we have to be empathetic so that we can gain their support, and we will be able to elicit support from others, nature, and win their understanding. When we care for others, others will also care for. It's not like I don't care for you, but you care for, or I care for you, you don't care for. It's not like that, right? It never happens in that way. We have to coexist together, collaborate together, cooperate together. Then only this sustainable development is going to happen. And empathy can help us to accept others. See, when we have empathy, we understand them, and we work towards them. We empathize with them. We understand their feelings. We understand their emotions. We understand their desires, wants. We reciprocate to them, and we help them, and we also in the process accept them. Then when we accept them, then we have favorable attitudes, and our behaviors will also be favorable towards them. Then only sustainable development is possible. This can also improve social interactions, especially in situations of ethnic or cultural diversity. This is what happens, when we appreciate. See, no country is like India. We often fail. We always start comparing with other countries. But nowhere in the world, no other country is as such diverse as in India. So many cultures, so many traditions, so many languages, the 6,000 plus languages. Can you show one country? And we always start comparing that country, see how that country is, this country. I am sure it is India that could survive, otherwise no other country could have survived, will never survive with such diversity. You take whichever country you take up, even if the entire community, entire population belongs to one race or one religion or one caste or whatever, blah, 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 blah. I mean, when we are talking about university, I mean, similarity. Entire community belongs to one this thing, one similar this thing only. We have a lot of conflicts there, right? And when there is so much of diversity, culturally, language, spiritually, religiously, and these are quite common when compared to them. And we keep talking about what not, what all nonsense. And our people, some specific, I am not going to name them. They are not worth to name them also. So they have their own understanding, very narrow-minded understanding. They talk of all, when such countries where they have everything is same and also have so many of problems, when here everyone is different, I mean, everyone has their own priority, own culture, own traditions, and everyone wants to protect or promote their own culture, then definitely there will be 1001 issues. Without that proper understanding, basic understanding, I would say, right? So many people talk about so many things, try to divide the entire nation into what not. So we need to have, we as a responsible citizens, we need to be aware of all these things, who try to divide on their vested interest, who try to create disharmony, who try to create a lot of disturbances among, who try to separate divisions in the society based on various these diversified factors, has to be understand, so that we all work towards these sustainable development goals. All have to develop, and we have to appreciate the diversity, right? That's why this equality, earlier we had this equality concept, right, where you divide equally to everyone. What happened? Nothing happened, because those who don't know what to do, he or she also got resources. Those who wanted to do something, they got resources, and those who required additional resources, they could not do anything, or they did something because of lack of resources. Now what happened? Entire development got affected. So resources were either underutilized or not utilized or overutilized. So then there came the concept of equity. So we have to understand what the requirements are. Based on that, we have to give requirements or resources to them according to that. See, this is what happens when we don't have holistic understanding of the entire concept. We are just one-sided or very narrow-minded. This is what happens. This is what is happening widely in the society. One community or one this thing wants only them to be all everywhere in power or everywhere in this thing. Then what about other communities? No, there's a lot of things come because lack of empathy. It's not that community, or we have to break out of these clutches and saying people try to exploit with vested interest, taking one community or one class or one some blah blah blah, all these factors, and try to keep dividing. So for their own benefit, there is no other benefit. We all have to come united, stay united as a human. We need to have empathy. Of course, development should go hand in hand. And we need to work out where these things can come in place on rotational basis or something like that. It's not like that. We are not in favor of any particular community or anything like. But sustainable development, when we talk of development of all. Now this year theme, leaving no one behind. Yes, we are not leaving no one behind. But if someone or some people want to stay behind, what we can do? Let them stay there. We can't stay behind. And we cannot, if we stay behind with them, then we will not move forward. So we have to go forward. That some people who don't want to, though we are inviting them, though we want to take them with us, but they want to stay back, let them stay back. Because we have to move forward. We have to go ahead. So we are moving ahead. No problem, let them stay there, let them be behind. Because it's not we are leaving behind, but they want to stay behind. So let them, it's up to them what we can do. We are not leaving them now. We have always invited them. So if they don't want to join, it's up to them what we can do. Doors are always open, they can always walk in any time. If they don't want to come, it's up to them. So like that. So these social interactions, especially in situation of ethnic and cultural diversity, is very important to understand, because each community or each having a different kind of ethnic or cultural diversity. So we need to understand, because we can't say that one community is developed and another community is developed and we have achieved sustainable development. No, all communities should develop in their own potentials. It doesn't mean that all communities should own a car or own a 5-star building. for each family. It's not like that. You see, always we do blunders when we compare in such a way, such an unrealistic way. Development has to be in a different way. I mean, in a truly, we need to have sustainable models for development. And yes, definitely, like all individuals are equally having the potentials to become doctors, engineers, or to become scientists. But why not everyone is becoming doctor? Who stopped them? If everyone is studying the basic requirements, schooling, completing schooling, everyone is completing for medicine BPC or for engineering MPC, and why some are choosing different fields, why some are only going for medical, or some are going for engineering, some are going for architecture. It's not that we say if everyone becomes doctors, then only we can say development is full. That is what the wrong way we are taking. Only you cultivate this crop, commercial crop, but that's where sustainable development is getting affected. Now, why farmers are falling into the debt? You know, earlier, that's why I always say go back to our cultures and traditions. They are the sustainable models. We have gone away from the that models, and we have created such a model that we are creating disasters. Earlier, if you have seen, I am from a farmer's family. I mean, my grandparents were doing lands, and when we also have certain lands now, agricultural land, we know that since, because I am also very closely related to this agriculture. So we know that in the piece of land we own, we all, because most of the India is having, in India especially, we own very small portion of lands. So in that small portion of lands also, what we do, we rotate the crops, right? That is for the best interest of the soil, because we cultivate different crops in different seasons as per the seasons. The best crop is chosen, which is easily adapt and can sustain that particular season, and productivity is more. And the soil also, there are various nutrients like nitrogen, phosphorus, all these things which get balanced by crop rotation. But nowadays what is happening, the governments or the markets are designing, you grow only this crop, commercial crop. Now what happens when we are talking about sustainable development, the sustainability of farmers, what is happening? So when we are talking about, they are going only one crop, right? Entire farmer is depending on the crop, and there is no minimum standard price for it. And sometimes they get, sometimes they don't get. And entirely, whatever the entire livelihood is dependent on that crop. So what is happening, that if they don't get price, or if due to some disaster the crop is lost, or even due to market fluctuation or inflation, if they are not able to get this proper price, that is their input investment, what will happen? The farmer get into debt trap. He get into debt, and finally that will lead entire family into debt trap. And finally, what happens if that prolongs? Then this farmer is committing to suicide. That's why we see lots of farmer suicide. This model, who promoted this model? Who are the culprits for this? We are the culprits. Earlier, what was the model? There was multi-crop model, where we divide portion of land, and where we used to cultivate, we rotate. Like, say, suppose what all we eat, rice, pulses, cereals. So every year we used to cultivate this rice in one season or 2 seasons, 3 seasons, as per the available water. And whenever we have this breaks and in between, we used to cultivate the cereals, pulses. So we had rice, which is required for year long, and whatever rice is required for our household, we used to store them, and for seeds also we used to store them. So there is no need to buy rice, I mean the food from outside, and seeds, the own seeds which were raised in our own farm, we used to store them for 2-3 years. So there is no need to buy quality seeds, and also quality, I mean productive seeds are stored in a very well because they are the next yield. So they are very well harvested, they are very well stored, so that their nutritious values, their productivity are completely safeguarded. So there is no dependency of farmer. Farmer was self-sustainable, and there used to be some fruit-bearing trees in the field boundaries or in the fences. We used to have vegetables grown. So farmer, they used to grow whatever they were consuming at home, like vegetables, pulses, cereals, rice, everything was grown by farmer himself. So the dependency was low. Farmer was self-sustainable, and he used to have these, he or she used to have these cattle. I mean, they were using, now tractors are available, but earlier there were no tractors. So these ox, cow were used, and the dung, urine, all were used as biofertilizers. And so they were also giving this milk, curd, and ghee, and all these things were making them self-sustainable, because even if they do not sell the crop, they have everything to eat. I mean, they can sustain. But now what is happening? The entire farmer, entire ecosystem was disturbed. And who are the culprits? Now farmer has to buy everything, because he grows only one commercial crop, like say suppose cotton or some other crop. And will he eat cotton? And can he sustain with the cotton entire year? Now he has to buy everything. He has to buy rice, he has to buy pulses, he has to buy vegetables, he has to buy everything, and where he will buy, and where is the income for him? Now this is what the entire process, where we went wrong. Now who suggested these models? Yes, definitely. These may not be that production effective, but they helped farmers. They help families of farmers. They help the rural laborers to sustain. But with automation and all these things, what we have done? We have destroyed entire systems. Now who are responsible for this? Right? After destroying all these, now we made farmer dependable on us, on markets. Now he is no more sustainable. He is no more self-sustainable. He became, who was self-sustainable, we made them dependable. He is no longer sustainable, self-sustainable. Now who is the culprit here? We are the ones who made such models, such policies, such programs. Now he doesn't grow anything, and now there are no cows, no cattle in there. Now how he will get? Now everything, even milk also, farmer has to buy from the milk booth or from market. So curd also buy, ghee and all those things also has to bought from the market. Rice, everything. Now this is what the destruction models are. When you have this kind of understanding, now this is a broad holistic understanding of the entire ecosystem. When we understand the entire ecosystem, then we do understand that how these are interdependent and what can be done best to protect the same thing. This is what our culture and traditions has promoted, and these practices were there. Of course you can automate, but being narrow-minded, you just think of, no, I have to, these revolutions, what? This green revolution, white revolution, blue revolution has done today, a lot of pesticides have been used to increase the yield. Now today we are, India is cancer capital, diabetes capital, hypertension capital, whatnot. Because of all these things, we are consuming pesticide food. Rather than calling it as a food, we can consuming pesticides for growth. Then how we can call it sustainable? We are killing ourselves. We are eating poison. So this is all unsustainable practices. Now, can we call this as sustainability? Which is sustainability? Now you all tell, you are all listening to me, right? So whether the farmer was earlier was sustainable, now the farmer is sustainable. Earlier the farmer was independent, now the farmer has become dependent. So these are the practices, models, programs, policies we have evolved, being narrow-minded without proper understanding of holistic ecosystems. Of course, I mean the diversity, the failure of understanding the diversity is important. Where some countries excelled because there is no such diversity, everyone cooperated, and there is a lot of similarity. Here lot of dissimilarities are there. We have to understand that. Where similarities are more, then the more applicability is there and the productivity also can be more. But here diversity is different. So we have more dissimilarities. So definitely we need to think on it. And when we are planning, we have to make sure those are sustainable. It's not just to one party on one side, like nature is suffering, farmers are suffering now. They are the ones who give food to us, and they are only today suffering without food. And such practices should be rethought and redesigned. So lack of empathy towards our own people, our own nature, to our own this thing is creating problems. So empathy can also help to encourage nurturing behavior towards people in need of care and assistance, or tolerance, as is case with the AIDS sufferers or people with mental disorders who may be stigmatized and ostracized by very people that depend upon for support. Not only just these things, like there are many people who need empathy. So when a farmer is in debt, how many are going forward? We see these thousands of crores of rupees are evaded by these people banks. Banks got completely bankrupt. Not we can say insolvency, but banks got into insolvent because of these people, few people who get. But when farmer, can we not, when we talk waiver to farmers, of course that is a different issue of the landlords and farmers, that there are also challenges everywhere. But when we talk of waiver to farmer, there are a lot of hue and cry. Why? Are they buying these luxurious cars or building estates or what? We don't support them. We don't give minimum price. When we go to some super bazaars, or we just pay whatever it is there, fixed over there. When we go to farmer, we keep bargaining, right? So we give free goods to everyone, right? We give free education, we give free scholarship, free reimbursement. But are we giving free seeds? Are we giving free seed fertilizers to farmer? Where it is required. This is what called equity. Have you ever thought, have you ever raised voice that we should also give free seeds, free fertilizer to farmer? Is he cultivating for himself? He is all feeding for us, right? So is he not eligible for that? And when crop comes, We are only eating, na? We are only consuming. Farmer is not eating. Farmer is not consuming, na? So why we are not thinking in those lines? Where is our empathy towards farmers, our food growers? Do we have empathy towards them? Are we behaving like a fellow human beings? When farmer is suffering, he is working. See, and we need, without fan we cannot sit in home. When in office or in college, in school, when we don't have fan or light, how much we complain. But farmers day and night in this exhausting heat and shivering cold and in dark nights, in daylights, how much struggle he is putting in to grow. Do we really have empathy? Do we really show empathy towards them? And we talk, so nothing is being given to the farmer, right? Neither he gets free seeds, neither he gets free fertilizer, neither he gets support price. He is always in debt. Neither he gets financial support. Neither what farmer is getting? Poor guy like nature. He is suffering all the way only to feed selfless creature. Selfless human being. He is working all the way day and night, 24 by 7, 365 days only for our to meet our hunger requirements. But what he is getting, see how selfless, how pious he is. Are we empathetic to the farmer? This is what called conditional empathy, right? When we go to store or supermarket, 100 rupees, okay, fine, you buy 200 also. If it is 1000 also, we'll buy. Otherwise, we'll leave. That's all simple. But when we go to farmer or road style sellers, who poor guys, farmers coming here selling, then we try, how much bargain we do, right? Because they're our status, na. So this is conditional empathy. Because there, if we bargain, they will get lost from here. We don't need such kind of people here. So you will be belittled, right? So what we are doing, because you are not in an advantageous position. And what we are doing when we are going outside to the roadside dwellers, and we are belittling them because we are in advantageous position. So we are transferring, right, to them. Like transference, counter transference happens. We are displacing our anger towards them. See, this is what happens when we don't have empathy, we don't understand the things around us. What we will do? We will get abused, and we will also abuse others. So this kind of holistic understanding is not being imparted in our education. This is what valueless education. That's why we are going now towards, earlier it was values-based education. Now in the process we lost. There are no values in education. And now we have to move to again value education. Because when you have this kind of understanding, why you will abuse one and why you will get abused by one. These are the various issues we have. So we need to be empathetic. Right? Now what will happen with all these things? Stress. Right? We'll be stressed, we are unable to cope up, we are unable to cope up with the challenges, we are unable to solve problems, we are stuck with our mindset, we are not creative, we are not innovative, we can't think out of box, and we are just, all these thoughts are cycling again and again, again and again. We are just stuck within that, and we will get into depression, and we will get to lots of stress and all these things. So coping with stress means recognizing the sources of stress in our lives. These are all stressors. What we are all talking, not only for us, for nature also, we have become a very big nuisance for them, human beings. For nature. Suppose you are nature, suppose I am nature. These are all stresses for the nature. Like similarly, these are all sources of stresses in our life as well. So recognizing how this affects us, that is what we don't do, especially when coming to environment or nature. This is going to affect us, but we are not able to recognize or understand the kind of impact and how it is going to affect us. And acting in the ways that helps us control our levels of stress. Definitely, appropriately, we need to act. We need to solve them. We need to, either you fight with them or you move away with them, but don't keep living with them. Right? If you can do something, do it. If you can't do anything, just leave it. But don't live with it. This is what we are doing, is we are living with it. Because we know that we can't restore them, then let's not destroy them. Let it be whatever state it is now. Okay, let's not further encroach. Let not further. They will automatically restore. Nature has its own ways and means to get back, and it will restore, flourish. So nature doesn't need human beings. It can manage itself as long as we do not interfere. So, in a similar way, we need to find what are the factors that are causing stress, and we need to control levels of stress. How? By changing our environment or lifestyle, or learning how to relax. First is we have to change our environment. It is not always possible. If the stress is from within family, what you will do? You cannot leave your family and go away. You have to stay within your family. Or it is not like an office or school. You go shift to another school or something. Now even families are also changing. People are getting divorced or separated or whatnot. Or change the lifestyle. If the stressors are in lifestyle, then change the lifestyle. If even that is not possible, or if it is not from environment or lifestyle, learn how to relax. There are different ways to relax. In fact, in the name of relaxing, there are different escaping techniques. Also, I practically observed relaxation are not really relaxing, but trying to escape from the reality. Exceptional cases, not all cases. So, we have to learn how to relax. And finally, coping with the emotions. Now we have a lot of emotions flowing, right? When we are empathetic toward nature, fellow beings, right? Definitely, we also feel the pain. We need to be compassionate to them. And coping with emotions means involving, recognizing emotions within us and others. See, there is a lot of emotion, concern, compassion that is happening since the start of this session. We were always talking about ourselves, humans, all, why that animal has to come into this. We have encroached, all blunders we have done, all mistakes we have done. And we always keep blaming them. We always keep blaming nature, climate, all those things. But the root cause is ourselves. We are the stressors for them. So what they have to do now? The same solution. We do not have that kind of understanding in the very first place. That creates a lot of problem for them. So like we have different stressors, nature also have different stresses, of which we are one of the stresses. So being aware of how emotions influence behavior and being able to respond to emotions appropriately. So nature, like mother, she also responds. She takes lots of abuse. Still, children, my own children, I can't hurt them, I can't. Okay, I will bear the pain, I will bear the abuse, I will bear the discrimination, I will bear all kinds of. but I will still try to sacrifice my flesh blood for your development. That is the attitude, that is the behavior of nature towards us. But what we are doing, that is the emotions, that is the feelings of nature towards us. And what we are doing, are we responding appropriately? Are these emotions influencing inappropriate behaviors? No, we are very selfish still. Let us, we are nowhere concerned. So intense emotions like anger or sadness can have negative effects on our health. When we are happy, when we are very peaceful, that can have a very positive effect. But the negative emotions like anger or sadness can have negative effects in our health. There are a lot of research studies that shows that. Even we can also personally observe. There is no need of anyone to say. When we are happy, entire world looks happy. When we are angry or sad, see, the entire world looks a different way. That itself says how the perspectives change, what kind of effect it can lead to our health. If we do not respond appropriately, then what will happen? More problems will come. Now, so life skills in classroom settings, right? So in educational institutes, in classes, colleges, schools, how we can do is all you know. But I am a little bit trying to correlate with the nature and sustainable development. Each workshop is specially designed, so we have to design in such a way. Of course, these are life skills. This has to be taught. This has to be delivered. But we have to specifically design in such a way, or at least if it is not there on the PPT, this PPT is same, the standard one, but still when we are narrating, when we are explaining, when we are teaching, or when we are deliberating, we have to ensure that it should be specifically designed to a particular skill and involves, or a particular concept and involves all or some of the following techniques. One is class discussions. We can have interactive session, but now maybe after this, and brainstorming. Brainstorming is very important. Now we have, because we all are very narrow-minded, not all, so on a lighter side. So fixed mindsets, we need to be open. Now, brainstorming is required. Demonstration and guided practice. We have to give demonstrations, and we need to guide them towards such practices, and guided practice is required to inculcate, promote, practice these life skills. And we have to role play. See, when we are talking empathy, that is important. Now I am taking role play. I am playing roles as a human being and also as nature, as environment. So I am expressing both ways. I am talking from perspective of a human being. I am also talking as a perspective of environment, nature, because I am empathetic to both. For me, both are important. For me, both are valuable. If both are developing, then only I can say it is sustainable development. If only one, either nature is developing or human is developing, where both have to coexist, we can't say it as a development. This always win-win will never win. This will never work out. So we need to find a solution. It's either win or lose will never work out. So we need to find a win-win solution. And we can use audio, video, visual activities, arts, music, theater. These are, and the small groups, educational games and simulation, case studies, storytelling, debates, station mapping. These are different ways and means or techniques or strategies that can be used to teach life skills, right? And activities providing opportunities to learn and practice and turning to one another in solving problems, deepen their understanding. Main thing is to deepen their understanding of the topic and personalize their connection to it, not superficially telling something and ending up. And also developing skills like in listening, assertiveness and empathy is very important. Along with being these are different ways, fun activities and practicing skills, experiencing how one might handle a potential situations in real life, and increasing empathy for others, their point of view, and increasing insights into own feelings and other feelings. These are various techniques. I will not go into this because it will take again long time. So storytelling debates, how these can be used. So finally, a relevant and proper implementation of life skill education is a need of the hour for today's society. So life skill is not just limited to class academics. Life skills have to be understood in a holistic way. This is what happens. We have a very narrow perspective. We don't understand. We don't have the holistic awareness of it. Imparting life skills education to the students can be helpful as it is specifically addresses the needs of the children, helps in motivating, providing practical, cognitive, emotional, social, self-management skills for life adjustment. So what we need to do, foster life skills. So what are these life skills? Once again, self-awareness, empathy, critical thinking, creative thinking, decision making, problem solving, effective communication, interpersonal relationships, and coping with stress and emotions. So, hope you all enjoyed this session. Now, from I know, but I can't help. We know, but we can't help. Let's move on to I know and I can help it. Now that we all know, we can help it. Let's all help each other for sustainable development. Thank you for patient listening. Okay, now participants, if you have any queries, you can ask. You can unmute or raise your hand, or you can share your comments. Yeah, Mary ma'am, you can unmute yourself.
Hello, sir. Actually, I thought I read my whole MSW 2 years. So very informative, sir. Empathy, all the social work principles, detailed you explained, sir. Lot of takeaway. Very informative. First time I'm hearing your session, sir. So it is very lot of informative. I jot down lot of points. For me, it's a mind-blowing session. Among all the sessions I attended in international webinar and international conference, this is a very informative. I enjoyed the session, sir. I didn't leave the session. So it is very informative, sir. God bless you, sir. All the best for your life, sir.
Thank you, ma. Anyone else have any comments or clarifications? You can unmute yourself and ask. What's the time? Oh, it's 8. Okay. So, okay, we have come to the end of the conference. As you know, all things, good things come to an end. And it's time to say goodbye for this World Social Work Month celebrations. Yesterday itself we have concluded this social work month, but yesterday was 19th day, so we thought let's make it today, and so that it can be helpful to everyone, and we can also get some time for the preparation. So 20 days of conference, we know how much efforts we have put, and we try to include everyone, leaving no one behind. But still, we have many people who stayed behind. But I appreciate not being so this thing. I appreciate that many people who came forward, supported us, and we have been working day and night, and we were in the process. I spoke to lot of people for this conference, especially. Generally, also we community we speak, but for this especially conference, I had communicated a lot of people, and I felt that since last conference and this year, nothing has changed much. In the sense, these gaps continue to exist, and even more even gaps has increased due to this COVID over time. Now, because it's a formality for everyone, I mean, as per the proceedings, to just list out all the speakers, it will take some more time. Kindly be patient. You have been here for so many days. So we'll just complete the formalities. Like we thank all the speakers, collaborators, especially all the presenters and participants who have participated in this 20 days international conference, and a detailed report, or I would say the list of all the presenters. I mean, still that list is not so complete, but try to present it, because few sessions are there which are still pending. I mean, because of incomplete submissions and all things, which we have considered on humanitarian grounds, because some of them had some health issues. So we have given some time, so those sessions are yet to come up, but okay, sometimes we have to on humanitarian grounds. That's okay, fine, because they are already registered. Almost everything is done. A small this thing has to be. So I request Mary ma'am, are you ready? So Mary ma'am, can you unmute? If you are ready, we
Ah,
can go
yes.
ahead.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so now I invite Mary ma'am to uh, give the list of proceedings, I mean the presenters and the presentations presented in this conference.
13th March, it was we started with the inaugural by the organizing team, but it was offline, and invocation prayer also was offline. Then inaugural address was given by Dr. Ravindra RM sir on coordinated environmental, social, nature, wildlife, animal welfare, health promotion, conservation, and activists, consultant psychology, medical as psychiatric, social work and counseling, spiritual mentor and guide, visiting and guest faculty, member and advisor of various professional organizations and associations. Then welcome address was given by Dr. T. Sridhar, HOD of an assistant professor of Osmania University, Hyderabad. And keynote address was given by Dr. K. Lal Das, MSW LLB PhD, for former director and principal, Rhoda Ministry College of Social Work and Research at Hyderabad, Telangana. Special invitees were Dr. M.V. Krishna Rao, IPS, President Pure Health Foundation. Pure Earth Foundation extend best wishes and greetings. Then the scientific paper started. PPT on 13th. We had women empowerment, a myth or reality by Srimati Arpana Rajanis, HOD, HOD and NSS Program Officer, Department of Second Languages, and Associate Professor of Sanskrit, St. Joseph's Degree and PG College, Hyderabad. 11:30 to 12 p.m. Women in Defense Forces, Wing Commandment Commander, Seema Daya, Wing Commander, Indian Air Force. Then 10 to 12:50 were executing organizations with women leadership. Women leadership. Then after 12:50 to 1:30, women mental health by Sweetie Jane Brilla, founder director Mind Mirror Paradigm, OC Private Limited, Mumbai, India. And 1:30 to 2:10, Believe in Yourself by Dr. R. Tangaselvi, assistant professor of commerce, Ambai Arts College, Ambasambutram, Tirunelveli, Tamil Nadu. And 2:10 to 2:50, Empowerment of Marginalized Women by Dr. B.T. Lavani sir, Director, Center of Social Research and Development, Pune. And 2:50 to 3:30 was Arya Janani, created an empowered human race, role of multidisciplinary team and significance of first 1,000 days for mother and child. Then Dr. C. Anupama Reddy, consultant pediatrician and former director of Aranjavani. Then 3:30 to 4 o'clock, role of animal welfare in achieving gender equality by Mr. Pradeep Y, animal activist and campaigner, vice president, Citizens of Animals, Telangana. 4 p.m. to 4:30 p.m. Women and Child Development of Social Work, Dr. T. Sridhar, HOD and assistant professor, Department of Social Work, Osmania University, Hyderabad. Then protection of children and against sexual offences, prevention of sexual harassment by Dr. Ravindra RM sir. Then 5 to 5:10 were vote of thanks and validatory. Then 14th was started, inaugural was started was offline, invocation was offline, welcome address was offline, keynote was offline, and around 4 p.m. Documentation of medicinal plants in Valiapati village, Namakkal district by Manjita Begum, assistant professor of botany, Haji Karuta Rotor Uttama Palyam Teni, Tamil Nadu. And 5 p.m. prevalence of nutrition deficiency among tribal adolescent girls and impact of dietary intervention on their health. Kodaikanal region, Geetanjali, Assistant Professor Home Science, Mother Teresa Women's University, Madurai. Then 15th started inaugural with offline, invocation offline, welcome address offline, keynote address offline. Then 2 p.m. on 15th March, the transition from informal to formal economy, exploring the challenges faced by street vendors by Boni M, PhD scholar, Department of Social Work, Delhi University, New Delhi. 15th March, 3 p.m. Brahma Kumaris and Spark social service to the world by BK Sumalata, Regional Director, Spark Hyderabad, India. 15th March, 4 p.m. Community engagement in social work academician. Reflections from Huge Note College, Dr. Jessica Jonathan and Melissa, social work lecturer, Bachelor of Social Work, Cape Town, Western Cape Town, South Africa. Psychology, 15 March, 5 p.m. Psychology and its effect on immune system and the role of homeopathy. Dr. Kanika Vasista, homeopathy physician, internal auditor, NAB, ex-crisis medical assistant, DCPCR, Delhi Government Homeopathy for All, New Delhi. Then 16th March, inaugural offline, invocation offline, welcome address offline, keynote offline. Then 11 to 3 p.m. First was on women empowerment by Miss Mary Florence Frida. Then after 4 p.m. was chains of repression and violence in 1,000 splendid sons of killed Hosi Yun by sub-alerton study by Swati, MA English, PG and research development of English, Tanjavur College, Madurai, Tamil Nadu. 16th 6 p.m. Sustainable programs to safeguard social workers by Lucy Peretos, temporary social lecturer, School of Psychosocial Health, Northwest University, Gatak, South Africa. 17th inaugural offline, invocation offline, welcome address offline, keynote offline. Then 17th 11 to 3 p.m. How to build self-confidence in women by Miss Nagaratna, retired principal, Warangal. 1:30 adolescent crisis by Disha Bonia, Divya Bharati, counseling psychologist. 17th March, 4 p.m. gender identity and sexual orientation, a reflection on Indian culture, politics on for a fewer future beyond crisis by Supran Roy, MA independent researcher pursuing B.Ed English, West Bengal University for teachers training, administration for education and research, Kolkata, West Bengal. 5 p.m. Women in Politics, revisiting status of women's participation in Nagaland by Setsung research scholar, sociology and social work, Christ Doomed University, Bangalore, Karnataka. Then 18th inaugural offline, invocation offline, welcome address offline, keynote offline. Then first session was social workers building a strong community in our society by Miss Pundi Selvi. Then 11 empowerment of economic empowerment of women by Dr. Prabhakaran, Mind Soul Care Clinic, psychologist, research and creative hypnotherapist, Chennai. Dr. Then third speaker was Dr. B.D. Patel, Rotary Bangalore Abilities, former principal, Government Homeopathy College, Bangalore and Chandigarh. 18th 4 p.m. Topic was a holistic health and well-being of youth, and empirical study by Miss Abhinaya, Assistant Professor, Department of Social Work, Sri Sat Arts and Science College, Tamil Nadu. And 18th 5 p.m. Conceptual Understanding of Social Dependence on Women. Girish, Assistant Professor, Department of Social Work, Government First Grade College, Krishna Raja Nagara, Mysore, Karnataka. Then there was vote of thanks valedictory. The 19th inaugural offline invocation offline, welcome offline, the keynote offline. Then 19 started with social work intervention in pandemic by Sneha Chandrapal, Associate Professor, Social Work, Gujarat. Then woman, role of sustainable rural livelihood in women empowered, Neelamani JSR, Assistant Professor, Vishwa Bharati, Shanti Niketan, West Bengal. 19th March, 3:30 p.m. Assessment of mental health literacy among high school teacher, Miss Vidya, lecturer, Department of Community Medicine, Mekla Manipal Medical College, Manipal Academy of Higher Education, Manipal, Karnataka. 19th March, 4 p.m. Spirituality with Aging and Social Work Perspective, Kavita, PhD scholar, Department of Social, Bhagat Pool Singh Malia, Vishwa Vidyalaya, Kanpur, Haryana. The 19th March, 4:30 p.m. Public's opinion regarding the effectiveness of standard operating procedure related to COVID by Doctors Sureka Devadasa Shetty, Assistant Professor, Anatomy, Manipal Education, Karnataka. Then 19th, 5 o'clock, disaster relief for persons with disability, a CSR initiative by Miss Amrita Chanda, consultant, Shruti, Disability Rights Center, Kolkata, West Bengal. The 19th March, 5:30 p.m. Disadvantages of using nano materials for institute medication by Sita Rasi, research scholar, biotechnology, Mother Teresa University, Kodaikanal, Tamil Nadu. Then at 19th 5:45, biomedication techniques by Sita Rasi, research scholar, biotechnology, Mother Teresa University, Kodaikanal, Tamil Nadu. The 19th March, 6 p.m. organism used in the process of biomedication, Sita Rasi, research scholar, biotechnology, Mother Teresa University, Kodaikanal. Then 20th March, inaugural offline, invocation offline, welcome offline, then keynote offline, behavioral therapy by Patrua Monica, behavioral therapist, Autism Therapy Center, Pinnacle Blooms Network, Telangana. Then impact of ecotourism on development, a case study of West Bengal by Sudasa, Assistant Professor, Social Work, Vishya Bharati, Shanti Niketan, West Bengal. Then technical session, environmental and climate change by Dr. M.V. Krishna Rao, IPS retired, former Director General of Police, Andhra Pradesh State. President, Pure Earth Foundation. The topic, Sustainable Agriculture by Jayachandra Kamadenu, Vice President, Pew Health Foundation, Regional Director, Center for Environmental and Development, Advisor, Center of Innovation. Topic, Environment Research by Dr. M. Aparna, Associate Professor of Mathematics, Narayana Institute of Technology and Science. Green Energy by Charadhar, Associate Professor of Mechanical Engineering, Indian Institute of Technology, Palakkad. Institute, Importance of Environment and Nature, Protection and Conservation in Indian by Srimati Aparna Rajanis, HOD and NSS Program Officer, Department of Second Language, Associate Professor of Sanskrit, St. Joseph's Degree College, Hyderabad. Then Miss Vasanta Talia Ramarao, Probation Officer, retired, spoke on Women and Child Welfare Department procedures, Government of Karnataka. Women as an change agent, Professor Dr. Parshuram, Professor, Tumkur University, Karnataka. Social work with children in difficult time, Dr. Dami Queen, Assistant Professor, Department of Social Work, Madras School Work, Chennai. Practices and challenges of social work in Bangladesh during COVID-19 era. Habibur Rahman, Associate Professor and Department of Sociology, Bangladesh. Women Empowerment by Miss Mary Florence Frida, founder Charitable Trust, Cancer Charitable Psychological Counseling. Then social work with people with disabilities, Mr. Nagraj, MS, past president of Rotary Club Abilities and deputy manager of State Bank of India. Then Arun Mohan, wellness coach, Rotary Bangalore Abilities, governing member of MSI Public Chair. Then biodiversity and social work, Dr. Sridhar, head of department, associate professor, Osmana University, Hyderabad. Environmental nature, climate change, Dr. Ravindra RM sir, environmental, social, nature and activist. 20th March, Dr. Roshan Montario, Assistant Professor, PG, Department of Studies and Research, Aloysius College, Mangalore. 20th March, 6 p.m. There was vote of thanks and validity. Then 21st for technical session, scientific, the inauguration and invocation and welcome offline. International Day of Forest, Sri V.V. Ari Prasad, Deputy Commissioner of Forest and Advocate. Sustainable second was Sustainable Fraud by J. Chandra Kamadenu, Vice President, Pure Earth Foundation, Regional Director, Center for Environment and Development, Advisor, Center of Innovations in Public System. Then Holistic Forest and Sustainable by Dr. R.M. Ravindra Sir, Consultant and Wildlife Psychology and Social Work and Counseling. There was a vote of thanks and validity. Then 22nd started with technical session. First was inaugural and invocation and welcome address. Then topic was ground water resource management by Jyoti Kumar, Deputy Director, Ground Water Department, Telangana. The Women and Child Department, Ms. Vasanta Talia Rao spoke on women and child procedures. The third was Water Resources Management and Community by Dr. K.R. Prasanna Rao, former Water Heritage Museum Officer, Water Heritage Museum. Then Sustainable Jayachandra Kamadenu, Vice President, Pure Health Foundation. 7 to 7:30, Health, Water and Sustainable, right, Dr. R.M. Ravindra Sir. Vote of thanks and validity was there. Then 23rd started with invocation, inaugural welcome address, introduction online. Then it was a World Meteorological Day, early warning and early action by Sarvani, Director, IMD Hyderabad, Meteorological Center, Hyderabad. Then disaster management by Jayachandra Kamadenu, Vice President, Pure Health Foundation. Then impact on environmental in mental health, Hari Babu, psychologist and managing director at Heartfulness Counseling, Tirupur. Weather, climate and water health and sustainable, Dr. R.N. Ravindra Sir. Vote of thanks and validity was there. Then 24th, technical session, community social work and practice development in Africa by Samuel Bugi Carbo, MSW National Coordinator, Community Social Work, African Chapter, Sierra Leone, Africa. 25th March, technical session, role of psychiatric social work in hospital setting by Sri Ashok Kumar, doctoral candidate, Uttar Pradesh. Then 26 community practices in social by Samuel Bugi Carbo, National Coordinator, Community Social Work Practice, African Chapter, West Africa. Then employment skill to enhance currents in Ravichandran Sir. '27 started with scientific paper inauguration and The topic was ability by Mr. Arvind, President, Rotary Bangalore Abilities. Then four-way test by Dr. B.D. Patel, Dean and Homeo Medical College, Salem. Then Women and Empowerment through Rotary Club by Miss Mary Florence Frida, Founder Cancer Filter, Mr. Nagaraj, transferring forming people with disabilities and ability, Mr. Nagaraj. Life Wellness by Arun Mohan, Wellness Coach, Rotary Bangalore Abilities. Then Inclusion of the Sustainable by Dr. Ravindra Sir. Vote of thanks and validity was there. 27th. Then 28th, joint social work celebrated by Troda Ministry of Social Work, Hyderabad. Then welfare rights or is controlled by the President Y. Sung Kung, lecturer social of social science, social work educator, Hong Kong. 29th March, disorders in gender by Benu Prasad Situla. Then 30th, damage of typhoon in Philippines. Then 30th March, 12:30 p.m. determinants of teacher psychological well-being, a cross-sectional study. Leena Ashok, Associate Professor, Udupi. Then adolescent leisure activities and parent adolescent boundary, Dr. Varalakshmi Chandrasekhar, MBBS MCH. Topic: sexual harassment at workplace. Pararaman, research scholar, Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel University, Vallabhbhai, Gujarat. Then sustainable goals. Neha Dupe, assistant professor, social work, Vadodara, Gujarat. 30th was the need to include LGDP issues in the field of social by Mukunda Mala, social work and social activities. Women social workers in India and their contribution, Radhika Kulkarni, teaching assistant, Department of Education, Karnataka University, Dharwad, Karnataka. 31st, de-systemizing gender, providing gender informative by Dr. Sanjay Sharma, Air Commander, retired CEO and Managing Director, board member, certified member. Then 31st March, 6:30 to 7:30, gender affirming parenting and role of parent group by Bella Sharma, MD. And today's session was self-efficacy, well-being for higher education by Anusha Hegde. 11:45 individual growth and development, leading to nations, world and development by Ram Mohan Nale, retired chief manager, Indian Bank. Then 3:30 stress management by Desho Bonia Divya Bharati, so counseling psychologist, Telangana. 4:30 women as a strong proponent, Sivaranjini Moksha Gundam, Mysore University research supervisor. 5 p.m. started with Dr. Ravindra Sir, coordinator. Then vote of thanks and validity. That's all. That's all, sir, the report.
Thank you, Mary ma'am, for taking out time and efforts for reading for informing the participants about various speakers and presentations day-wise. Apart from these, there are a few sessions which needs to be updated. So due to time constraints, as we are continuously having these sessions and new speakers keep joining, and some speakers who promised us earlier, they couldn't join for various reasons. They regret for it, and we also empathize with the situations. and there are few presentations which are incomplete, few respects that will, because they have already registered and complete formalities. There was some technical problem. They submitted, but due to some technical issues were there. The file was not opening or something like that. So that will be resolved, and in few days, in couple of days, we'll be sharing you the feedback form, because the overall feedback form will contain the list of all presentations, and you have to select feedback for each session. So what we initially planned was, for each session, we thought of giving feedback form, but I think that can create a lot of work again, because we have to collaborate all the feedback forms, and then and also sharing feedback form on different platforms like YouTube, Zoom. It will all be more complex. So what we thought is, then we thought of simplifying this entire procedure, feedback form procedure, and we decided to give a single feedback form, that is overall feedback form for all the sessions. Now the technical issue here is, not all, many participants in the very first concern was that we had thousands of participants registered, but unfortunately don't know what's the reason, but very few participants have been joining. So I mean, as we also said that earlier also in last year conference, we gave some time after ending of conference. We gave certain time, because it was, we know we all have been working, even we organizing team, me myself also, I was managing many things simultaneously. Classes were going on, evaluation and other things, practice is also going on, webinar. I was talking to all the speakers and presenters, have certain queries. All lot of things were happening since 1 month, day and night, and all that. So these things were happening, and even our technical team were also working on various things. So whatever we could, I mean, we have all the recorded videos, but these all need to be edited. So that will take time, because now the exams time has also started. So students are busy, and the team, I mean, we professor can't do all these things. I mean, it takes time, because we already are there. So students are all now busy with the exams. So maybe it will take some more time after exams, or we'll try to upload, get the editing done, and upload all the sessions on YouTube. Then we will list all the sessions in the feedback form, and feedback will be shared. So it will take some time for the conference feedback, and I hope everyone will understand. There is a lot of process. It's not just overnight thing that we just give, and there's a lot of things that goes on. And because generally what happens is, in the conference, we don't give opportunity once the last date is closed. But now the theme is no one leaving behind. So we have been so compassionate, so this thing that we thought, okay, let's take pain, efforts, all, let's, like Mother Nature, we take a lot of efforts, pain. We had to do, in fact, lot of rework and a lot of work. See, once we receive data, it is very easy to prepare all the flyers and schedules, everything. See, every moment we keep getting information to collaborate or to update at 3 places, 3 different websites we need to update. And on the registration forms, we have different registration forms for each section. And you know, for speakers also, there were a lot of issues, because most of the speakers were not so comfortable with the technology, and they had to submit, and sometimes either the PPT link or any one of the link or one or more links were working, and in spite of that also lot of sharing permissions was there. So they missed out some. These are technical issues. I mean, that shows that there is a need for lot of skill development in the issue, because we are very much limited in our routine work, that we are not exploring the other ways. So all these things are there. So lot of work has, for us, the work got tripled and even more times than we thought because of all this. Otherwise, we thought just whoever fills it completely, that only we will accept. But in reality, we have to be more compassionate. And okay, we thought, okay, let us take pain in spite of all the hardships also. Okay, these all things are happening, and at the end of the day, we are social workers, right? Social worker is the one who goes ahead of everyone, and he is the first he or she is the first responder, first rescuer. Then our own people are having certain difficulty due to various reasons. Then we ourselves don't respond to our own community. Then what is the purpose of saying or studying social work? We don't really think so. That's why we took lot of pain in follow-ups, and even at times I have delegated some work to Mary ma'am also. She also, I mean, for few events like webinars and some work, like especially communicating with speakers, we have delegated some part of the work, and like Mary ma'am knows to certain extent what all it takes, you know, to this thing. And there are many team members, my team are there. I am just in front of you because, you know, all team members, all other professors are really busy. Even I am also busy with all lots of things, but someone has to take it forward. So I thought, okay, let's me take that extra pain and efforts, because it's our social work day and month. We have to celebrate, so that this is the opportunity for us to say that we exist and we are there here always doing something, and we stand for everyone. So we have come forward, and I thank all the team who supported me in all the ways, though they are not in forefront, but always they are there with me, because this cannot be a one-man show, or this is not possible with just one person, right? This very big 20 days sessions with lots of speakers across the world and participants. Maybe this might be the reason, because, you know, generally what happens, we organize various conferences, we close at least 1 month, 2 months before. So schedule is available, participants are fully aware of when is the session, what is the session. So they also timely join and go. Now and then the sessions are, I mean, even at times we organizers, we don't know which session is being organized at what time, because speakers, newspapers coming up, and those speakers who earlier promised, due to various reasons they could not join. So those slots were earlier allotted and were again re-allotted to new speakers to accommodate them, because space was available, and they were also unable to, I mean, due to various reasons, human grounds, we had to do. So lot of changes have gone. I mean, this lot of efforts other people will definitely not know. We have put lot of efforts into this, and we are seeing, like, if we give feedback from now, I am sure not even 100 people will get the certificate. But what is the purpose of all doing all this exercise is to ensure that everyone reaches everyone, and everyone gets the participation certificate, because this is, I think, one of its unique kind. where 20 days conference, I never heard of that. At least my so many years of service and other things, we never had such a long conference. Even we never thought of organizing such a long. It was just for, initially we thought of one day, then we thought sessions because speakers were asking for time. Then we thought, okay, let's have 3 days. That is one Sunday and Tuesday, social work day, and another Sunday. So in that, then because it was only with the speaker's request, we had to extend because we want also their session because their sessions are very much required. So speakers were also asking for time because we all were engaged in various works, and we just don't want to give something for the sake of giving. We really want to put our heart and soul into it, so it really takes time. So in that sense, we lost many presentations because we couldn't really take out time for that. So I mean that's how new budding also got opportunity. Few got twice, thrice also opportunity. So but anyway, there are a lot of things that we need to be done still yet. It's though we are officially concluding, but there is a lot of background work that needs to be done. One thing is whatever is there already on YouTube, you can continue to watch, complete watching. So because how we track on YouTube, that is also important. One thing is we had a simple metric of thought, like every participant we requested to click on subscribe and like. So there that we get a notification that so and so person have liked it or so and so person has subscribed. So that is one evidence that a participant has watched it or liked it, at least visited it. So that is one metric. And other metric is we have IP address and all those things, but that is very difficult way and purely technical way, in fact, because not everyone, one needs to be logged into their account. And again, what happens is when you fill up the feedback form, like last year also we did, you need to provide your login name. That is how it looks like YouTube. And here you are joining with your names, but not everyone is joining with their names. Sometimes they have something else. So what we get is your name as being displayed here. And many do not log in to Zoom account and join. That is where we don't, only those who join with your Zoom account, free account or paid, whatever it is, then only we'll get your email address. Otherwise, we'll just have your name, signed in, how many times you, at what time you signed in and at what time you signed out, and how many times you joined and left. All these details will be getting automatically. So with this only we will be able to identify. We just run out in SPSS and other softwares where it will give you total. When we merge all this data and give, we will get overall time, how much time you watched, how many sessions you watched, when and what time. All this will be auto populated. These all things are there. It's not so easy to organize, and there's a club. That's a different story altogether. In the background, all these things goes on. So it will take some time for all these things. So for now, and those who have for conference website, it will take some time. So conference certificates will also take some time. So those who have registered for conference, you have to wait at least 1 month. So to get your certificates, and I am sure many have not watched all the sessions. So either way, you are not eligible. And if, because we have almost on an average, if we take, we have 60, maybe if we have to issue, and assuming that 50 people have watched all the sessions, then only 50 certificates only we can issue. So who is that 50? That we need to find out. Now, if you say, I have attended all that, now it is your responsibility to prove that you have attended all the sessions. So how you are going to show that when you are asking the certificate, it's up to you, because we can't now all the procedures have to be done. We can't for each participant go check. It's going to be a very cumbersome process, and even you cannot do it. Takes hours together to go check. It is practically not possible. So it's impossible in one way, because no one has that much time for one certificate. We can't sit hours together, check all this. It's really practically not possible. If we have to give it outsourced, then each certificate will cost at least 1,000 or 1,500 rupees. All these things has to be done. So these all are invalid things which cannot be, impractical. So it will take some time for those who attended webinars. So as part of what we have done is, initially we thought of giving certificates only to those who have attended all the sessions, like earlier also we did. But now this time what we thought is, let's divide these entire events into sub groups or and we thought of daily organizing an webinar, but again that couldn't have been possible due to various reasons. So we have organized I think 3 or 4, if I am not wrong. So, and apart from that, international webinar series that is going to continue. It was started as part of a conference, but it will continue even after conference. So for that daily webinar series, whoever has attended daily on that daily basis, and whoever has given feedback for that day, these certificates will be issued within 15 working days. There is no issue about it, and generally since 13th, so 13th March we started our conference. Generally every time within 1 week or maximum within 10 days we used to issue all the certificates. There was no pending till 13th. But what happened this time, the 13th was Sunday, so every Sunday we have webinar. So from 13th it was pending till now. So because today we are concluding, officially we are concluding, we have still lot of work to be done. And from 13th every Sunday, that is a different webinar. For those certificates will be issued in a 1 week time. After 1 week working days. So you just check out in April 2nd week, because this week already started today, and anyway tomorrow is Sunday, so leaving this week after, that means in 3rd week. So this week is already done, this is already 1st week. So 2nd week you leave it off, and see in 3rd week all these certificates will be available. 13th and 20th and 27th, these 3 Sunday certificates will all get it ready, and these will be available all at a time. You can download the 3 webinar certificates. Apart from that, which were these national webinar series also, we will put it at the same time. So all webinar series and webinar certificates you will get by next week. So these will not be delayed, because we have only 1 day we know who have attended, and we are considerate. Even if you are attending 1 session also, we are giving. It's not like that very strict. We appreciate, but we appreciate if you can attend whole session. So if you have filled the feedback form and other things, we are considerate and we are giving. So we will, so maybe this is 2nd, so tomorrow is 2nd. So you can check by 10th of April, you will be getting whoever has attended all the sessions, say 13th, 20th, 27th, and tomorrow, day after tomorrow, we will have all these 4 Sundays and national webinar series till today. Whoever has attended, all these certificates will be available by April 10th. In that week mostly, 1 day here or there, all the certificates will be available for conference certificate. You will be getting any day anyway, because these all are part of conference only. apart from these sessions, there are other conference sessions which happened on Zoom, right? And many people we know, you are also watching how many people are there here, right? So many people have not attended, and there is no, like now, few sessions we have live streamed it on YouTube, and they are available on YouTube. So they can be watched even now also, later also. But earlier we did not live stream them. So that we need to edit and live stream, so that it will take some time. And after putting them, we'll prepare a feedback form and then we'll issue. So for this entire process, that exams are also there in between. So it will take, after exams only they can start work. So it will take 1 month, maybe 1 month or 1 month, 15 days it will take time. And this is very good opportunity for all of you who have not watched sessions. Go there, do watch sessions at your convenient time, and be ready to fill up the feedback form. And just like as I mentioned, subscribe to the YouTube channel, where we will get that you have watched one record will be there, and like each video, so that we will also know that you have particularly watched or visited that page. Because subscribe is a one-time entire channel. When you click on like, then we will also get that who all people like. So that also will give us the attendance, because otherwise IP address also we can track, but again you might not know what your IP address is from which you are watching. Again, if you put that field in feedback form, many will not be able to fill the IP address and the system name, all technical details which may not be participant, may not be aware of all these things. So these issues will be there. So let's all cooperate, collaborate, and see that many people have not joined Telegram channel. We have 3,000 plus participants, and we have only 600 members in Telegram channel. So 2,500 plus participants have not joined Telegram channel. This is also one of the reason, and many are not checking emails also. So this is what happens. They are not informed because they don't check. Either they land up in spam mail, and sometimes we also need to check spam, because we are sending thousands of mail. I mean, we have a limit. 500 mails only we can send. So daily what we are doing is we are dividing and sending daily 500 we are daily. So so it is taking 5 days for us to send to all the participants, and it is taking another 2 days. To total 7 days it is taking for one communication. We are taking 7 days to reach all this. So that's why daily we are sending to 500 people, including participants, collaborators and all. So we are sending mails. It's not that we are not sending, and we are posting in Telegram channel. But how many are watching, that may be the reason of this low attendance. So to avoid this, I request everyone, whoever has not joined, we will also send you a mail again. If you don't check the mail, there is no point. So only if you can join Telegram channel, if everyone joins and everyone gets the feedback link there, so that you can fill up it, and the certificate links also will be posted there. We will anyway send the email, and we will also update the same on website. So don't keep calling. We are also very busy, more than busy than you. So understand that, be empathetic. Don't call for certificates and everything, because we have a lot of work to do. Certificate links, everything will be posted in. For certificates, don't call us, because all will be updated on Telegram channel or website. If you are eligible, you will get it. No need of calling us. Even if you call also, we are helpless, because we don't know whether you are eligible or not until this entire process gets completed. So until feedback form is posted on the website, overall feedback form will be posted on website first initially, then daily for 500 participants. We will be sending the email, and it will take 7 to 8 days because daily 500 to send all the 3000 plus participants and speakers and collaborators. It will take 7 days, 7 to 8 days. We will send it through email also. Before that, you watch all these sessions and fill the feedback form, and we will cross check the attendance, and we will issue the participation certificate. And speakers, whoever has presented, we will send you a feedback form separately for speakers. What happens is at times they have submitted at the time of registration. There might be some mistakes, or they have put first name last or last name first, or middle name here or there, or some part of the title have missed out. These things are quite common. In spite of so many years of experience also, we do these mistakes. So one thing I want to tell you, that recorrection is not possible. Once certificate issued, we cannot reissue, because that again is a very big process. It's not as simple as typing and giving it. These all are automated, and third party people will be doing. So because once only we pay for them, they will do it. And if again, but we are paying, but you are not paying anything. So again, if you have to get certificate done, then again they will charge. For one certificate, they will charge very huge money. I mean, for the bulk certificate, they charge differently. So when you are filling up the form, carefully fill the form, and definitely if there is any correction, then we also have to charge whatever they will charge. So there is no choice, because again we cannot get the certificate done. So carefully fill all the details as required, and once filled, we cannot do anything. Same as you have filled, the certificate will be generated. So make sure you are putting your name and designation and organization all very clearly, understanding, put it properly, and that uppercase, lowercase, whatever, however you want. It is your responsibility to enter it in a proper way. And title, for speakers, kindly enter your titles, papers, whatever you have given properly, because based on that only certificates are issued. And later, if you want correction, then we will also be forced to charge you. The copy of your feedback form will be automatically sent to your email, so you can check it, because if there is some mistake, you will know, because the same copy of feedback form will come to you also, right? So if you have done mistake, then you know the next time you have to pay for reissue of certificate. So these are the things which are there. So be cautious while filling up the feedback form. And today's feedback form I am sharing in chat box. Kindly fill up today's feedback form before leaving. So feedback form has been shared for today's session. You can fill it up. So there are a lot of things. Just don't keep asking that is this. You know how frustrating it is sometimes. You know, after putting so much activity, like we are also busy with all routine things, and this is it, and we are not charging anyone. We have not collected any funds from anyone. We are doing it on our own expenses. We are investing in so much thing. This is, we are doing all for the service of our subject, because we think it's our responsibility we are doing. So try to understand that and be empathetic. And many got opportunity this thing, and we are doing our best. So be patient, be empathetic, and do watch all the sessions. And then whenever the feedback form is available, it will be shared on the website. Do check website. Don't ask again website links, right? 20 days you attend, and sometimes people don't even check properly. So save website link, and do fill up, keep checking in once in a week. And whoever has not yet joined, join Telegram channel. Telegram channel, you get all the updates. Website also might be delayed, and various programs are also being organized on Sundays. There also you can get all details. And thank you all the collaborators. So if you have any queries, I can answer you right now. You can raise your hand and ask, so that I will go for vote of thanks. Or if someone wants to give feedback on conference also, you can raise your hand. Okay. Yeah. Let me unmute you. Yeah, Mary.
Sir, thank you very much, sir. I got the opportunity for coordinating the program, and I'm very happy I collaborated with you. It was a wonderful learning experience. I learned lots, more than anything. For me, certificate and all is secondary only, but lot of learning. From each speaker, I learned so much. Every day since I'm waiting for, after April also, I'm waiting for lot of sessions. Thank you once again for giving me opportunity, sir. Thank from my bottom of my heart, I'm telling. God bless you, sir. All the best for your life also, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. You joined also our volunteer team, and you have also done wonderful job. So, like this, we appreciate really when participants also become the part of organizers and help organizers. This is how actually social workers should be. You know, social worker is a person, irrespective of gender, who should be the first responder. If this is our event, this is our festival, this is our conference, so everyone needs to come forward. That's why we uh, have put it as white banded. There is no brand, there is no organizer. Social workers itself are the organizers. So if you see in the conference brochure itself, it says organized by professional social workers, departments, colleges, universities. We don't want any specific name, but to issue certificate, we need some organization registered. These are formalities are there. So again, to add all the organizers' name, it is a very big task, getting these formalities, all those things. So what we have done is we have collaborated with an NGO who is we are working with since long time, and we for the certificate sake, and we have all the collaborators from all the places, all the formally, informally, everyone supported. We thank all. Let me go with the vote of thanks. Yeah. Thank you once again, one and all, for attending and participating, collaborating with the International Conference on Social Work and Sciences towards One Health and Sustainable Development. This 20 days multidisciplinary international conference held from 13th March 2022, Sunday, to 1st April 2020, Friday, commemorating Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, nation celebrating 75 years of independence, and also commemorating World Social Work Day, World Social Work Week, and World Social Work Month 2022, with the theme of co-building a new eco-social world, leaving no one behind. So, in collaboration with Sri Holistic Health Foundation India, Sri Research Institute and Center for Art, Sciences and Wellbeing, Indian Society of Professional Social Work, International Federation of Social Workers, Raj Bahadur Venkatram Reddy Women's College, Hyderabad, Global Forum for Sustainable Rural Development, Noser Hai Rainbow Consumers Council, Composite Regional Center for Skill Development, Rehabilitation and Empowerment of Persons with Disability, CRC, Kozhikode, and all professional social workers, Professional Social Work Association, social work schools, colleges and departments, social work fraternity, stakeholders, NGOs and others, and all, especially the participants who made this wonderful webinar successful. And I thank all once again for actively participating, collaborating, presenting in this wonderful conference, and making this successful. Thank you one and all. Look forward for you all next year. Also, kindly we invite you every year. We are planning. This is second year. So, I mean, we were used to celebrate in our departments, but globally, last time also, we celebrated with international collaboration. Internationally, many speakers also joined from different countries, and this year also, we have around 40 plus countries participant registered from different countries, and we have speakers as well. So similarly, next year also, hopefully by God's grace, we will continue this tradition. So do join for next year also. We will update you. We have your email addresses. So we will send you email. Yeah, and you can mark our email address. You can add our email address to your contacts list. Otherwise, what happens is sometimes it goes to spam. You can add our email address or our mobile numbers to your contact list, so that it will be in the white list, so that you will get the email in inbox. So do check spam mails if it is by chance, because all the registered participants, we have sent emails, not one email, 4 or 5 times. Every 7 days we are repeating the mails. So definitely you could have got 2-3 mails in spam or bulk mail. So if not in inbox, do check and click. If it in any chance landed in bulk or spam mail, you can select that and mark as not bulk or not spam, so that it will, next mails will come into inbox. So thank you once again, everyone, for joining us. Take care. Good night. Before leaving, kindly fill up the feedback form. And after April 10th, you check website or the Telegram channel for your certificates. Till then, don't ask for certificates. And tomorrow, being a festival, Ugadi, happy Ugadi to all. And tomorrow there will be no sessions, being festival. And you can join us on Sunday, same time, same link, from 10:30 to 2:30 or so on. It will be on health, on allergies. So very important, a silent killer. You can join and gain insight.